O, Urszula, Jezu. Że co? Ty zawsze załatwisz wszystko, Filip. Dobra, to ja lecę. Co, zaczynamy, Ula? Wiesz? Ja zaczynam. Dobra. To co? Dzień dobry.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, then good. Welcome to the second part of our conference, Greener Agriculture for Sustainable Baltic Sea Grass 2024. My name is Maria Staniszewska. I'm the head of the Polish Ecological Club in Gliwice, organizing both parts of this conference together with Climate Coalition and Clean Baltic Coalition. Today, my colleague from the coalition, Zbigniew Karaczun, is joining us later. As today, that's a secret, but today he's receiving a reward from the Rzeczpospolita Daily as an environmental protection titan, which is a title we'll all agree with. Welcome everyone here in the conference room and offline, as this is a hybrid conference. We're going to record it so that you'll be able to listen to it later, potentially, if you wish so. The previous parts focused on the Deforestation Act, as well as Nature Restoration Law, and the ways these could impact our agriculture. This part, however, focuses on agriculture per se, its various aspects, and it shall culminate with a debate involving farmers, consumers, experts. Well, I will describe the details later on, in due time. And of course, we received patronage from both relevant ministries, but unfortunately, they have not honored us with their attendance. I may have scared them off by asking how prepared we are for our presidency we're taking over in January next year. And this resulted in nobody being there willing to respond to that. But we still have a month, so I guess that as a country we still can prepare in due time. As a result, this means now I'm going to invite Marek Krzysztoforski to take the floor. He hails from the Agricultural Advisory Center. And we're going to start with the most serious thing of all. That is, discussing strengths and controversies related to the European Green Deal. I'm not sure if Marek prefers to start with strengths or controversies, whichever he prefers. As usual, a technical moment needs to happen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, what's the origin of this topic? Or why have I taken it? I participated in the Climate Smart 2.0 session in Dublin. We had representatives from all over Europe, farmers, researchers, representatives of self-government bodies by the farmers. And as usual, we started a discussion about the wave of protests that passed through Europe. And whenever farmers protest, it's not a sign they're particularly well off, right? We may not agree with who they protest against specifically, but the protests are something to be considered. And it's Brussels, Spain, Germany, and France protests that were quite vivid at times. As we can see, well, some have quite obvious underlying reasons. Oh, I'm sorry. We can see some protests against imports, some cow-related matters. In Spain, it was about vegetables, but I did some asking. And just note, this is February 2024. In Belgium, protests against the Mercosur agreement start as farmers are concerned about issues surrounding cattle and beef. This is often because of very imprecise communication. Me, myself, I'm reading the Mercosur Compact, and in particular, analysis drafted by the US. They have already quoted very specific numbers. Who's going to make what profit on what? And indeed, imports 90,000 tons of beef at 7% tariff will most definitely impact the beef market in Europe, and people must know that. But nobody says why this agreement is being entered into in the first place. It's a market of 260 million consumers and an attempt to compete with China on that very market. Still, those who depend on those markets must see some strengths of the agreement. If they don't, they will protest. French farmers protested mainly against an attempt of the government to impose a tax on diesel fuel. The farmers enjoyed some reductions, but the government suddenly wanted to withdraw from that. That was the main reason. For the Netherlands, they have a different problem. I know Bart Kemp, he is a brother of Professor Kemp from Nijmegen. He has a brilliant potato farm, but the association he belongs to has issues with breeding stocks because of the nitrate program that reduced the allowed animal populations. And these are areas that have enough water, grass, well, they are able to cut grass 5 or 6 times a year. And it's an intensive production, but the nitrate program limits that production level severely. And they're already operating at marginal profits. We associate the Netherlands with tulips, but it's also a country famous for its cheese, first and foremost of all. When talking about Spain, the main problem there was an agreement with Northern Africa, Algeria and Morocco, and imports of vegetables and olive oil, which resulted in a market price drops by 30% and their inability to fulfill their vegetable contracts. Italy, again, grain imports through the Bosphorus Strait at volumes that also caused market disturbances. So I allowed myself to collate this list of main causes. There are main causes, but there are also other issues that emerge, and we're also pretty vocal about that whenever we have a chance. So in France, diesel fuel prices, that was the main problem, but also EU bureaucracy, all the red tape required, access to irrigation, they had some issues related to animal welfare, and use of pesticides. Poland, a protest against the Green Deal and cheap import of grains from Ukraine. Czech Republic, the same. Spain, they called it suffocating bureaucracy and the trade agreements opening up the doors to cheap imports. Germany, cheap imports and environmental regulations. Romania, diesel cost. Again, there was an attempt to bring them up, but also cheap imports from Ukraine. And everyone who bordered Ukraine had these issues at that point in time. Belgium, protests against the 4% obligatory fallowing. That's also an issue that has been resolved already in Poland too, but they also have issues with favoritism towards larger farms and subsidies. Belgium and Denmark have problems with the largest agricultural producers being royal families. These are elites on one hand, but they also own huge areas of land and they try to invest even more. So that was the biggest issue. Greece, again, the same, tax on diesel fuel and damages after floods. Portugal, insufficient state aid, subsidy cuts, and bureaucracy. So bureaucracy is the common theme everywhere. The conclusion is we must do something about it, otherwise it makes no sense for the farmers to spend time working through paperwork rather than doing what they are supposed to do, that is produce high quality food. And when talking about the common agricultural policy and Green Deal, we only see the green part, climate change, environmental protection, landscape protection. But this is just a section, 1/3 of it all. We must bear in mind, we must provide competitive levels of farming and rational income levels, influx of knowledge and innovation, development of our rural areas, generational exchange. The objectives of common agricultural policy must not be approached selectively, with each objective needing to test to what extent it impacts the implementation of the other objectives. No strikes in Poland. This is a map of strikes in Poland. In purple, the tractors in purple were shared protests by farmers and hunters. I'm not sure where this combination stems from, but whatever. Then this is what it looked like in Poland. Before we move on to underlying causes for the strikes, according to the conference organized this year at the Institute for the Agricultural Economics, components of farmers' income for 2019 to 2023 were shown. And please note what happened. On the top we have income from production means, in green from agricultural production, in blue including land lease services and other components. It's a cumulative total in billions of zlotys for all the agricultural sector. We also have subsidies, depreciation and labor costs. These have not changed over the years, but until 2021 more or less, we've seen stability in farmers' income. But then in 2022, they went up rapidly together with the rapid uptick in food prices. We can remember how wheat used to cost 1,400 zlotys, rapeseed 4,000 zlotys. It was a shock that happened all over Europe, not just in Poland. But after 2022, this all started to go down again. We can remember this speech in Jasionka where Minister Kowalczyk was egg-bombed, because that was the point when the income started going down. But it went down from 5.3 billion. Well, it started growing from 5.3 and then ended at 6.3, but topping out at 7.4. But on that way, we had almost 30% inflation. And this breakthrough causes a tangible sensation by the farmers of them being short on finances. We can see the trends in other EU member states, and the situation is just the same. In blue, we can see income in 2021 followed by 2022 in orange. All those bars go up, and a rapid drop until 2023 in gray. And this had a direct impact onto the farmers' budgets. In Poland, farmers mainly protested against the Green Deal, with their main asks being limiting the fallowing obligation, and this has been resolved successfully. Whoever wants can fallow some land and receive an additional subsidy for that, but it's voluntary. And I know it's important to introduce biodiversity in farming to avoid having wheat fields from Warsaw until Szczecin. Every reasonable farmer will understand that. But this whole procedure was introduced both for areas which desperately need fallowing and more biodiversity, and in areas where there's a lot of biodiversity already, with a lot of non-production green areas. Everybody started focusing on 4% of fallowed land. A farmer from Kujawsko-Pomorskie Voivodeship called me, I have 300 hectares, how am I supposed to leave 12 fallow? Well, tell me where your hectares are. Maybe you have some non-production components there. And because these counted, if they had a ditch, each meter of a ditch was recalculated into 10 square meters. One tree was recalculated into 30 square meters. But nobody really wanted to do the math. Even borders between the fields, each meter of the border between the fields recalculates it into 9 square meters. And if we were to add them all, we'd had 8 million hectares in Poland, if we calculated all the bulks. But the communication on behalf of the authorities was that everybody needs to lay 4% of their arable land fallow. Full stop. It's very difficult to put nature into rigid frameworks, but still attempts must be made. Reduction of pesticide use by 50%. Again, a very harsh communication, a 50% reduction. From the point of view of your regular citizen, it sounds fine. Yes, we are reducing this chemical component, but what does 50% mean? Who is supposed to reduce that? Does it go by country, and until when? The same is true in terms of reduced use of fertilizers, artificial fertilizers. And when farmers were asked about their opinions, we can say what the results were. 2022 has already been a year when they said that they were not particularly profitable and that they found it difficult to sell their products. These both overlapped. The farm-to-fork strategy that constitutes a basis of the Green Deal in agriculture is most definitely pretty sustainable in its achievements. And now let's put that in more normal vocabulary. We have 4 main points. First, reduction by 50% of the use and harmful impact of pesticides. But is that a 50% reduction of the average dose or of the frequency the pesticides are applied. So it's not the number of kilograms per hectare, but the frequency of treatment procedures. And we can only apply 100 grams per hectare. So if I do 5 treatments by 100 grams, is it better if done a single treatment of 500 grams? It's difficult to determine. Reducing the excess of nutrients in the environment, reduction of loss of nutrients by half. Well, half is not enough. We should reduce the losses by 90%. 1 kilogram of nitrogen is 5 zlotys, 1 kilogram of phosphorus is 7 zlotys. There should be no losses. These elements must work in the fields rather than contribute to water eutrophication. Combating resistance to antimicrobials. Well, yes, that's a real issue. 70% of antibiotics are used in animal production, and out of that 70%, which percentage actually treats ill animals and which percent supports the mass increase? Well, that's a secret, but in Denmark, they say some 70% of antibiotics used support more rapid weight growth rather than treat ill animals. And now 25% of all arable land used for organic farming overall the EU. I asked in Brussels, in Poland, currently the factor is 3%, the EU average is 7%. How are we to get to 25% by 2030? Austria is already there. Sweden or Luxembourg may get there, but for other countries, it's not realistic at all. They say, well, it's an ambitious assumption. If an ambitious assumption is unrealistic, why do we even introduce it in the first place? In Poland, if environmental farming is promoted adequately, if we have adequate subsidy levels, if we have markets willing to absorb that, because that's an issue we're struggling with these days, then we can get up to 7%. But 25% is impossible outright, because 25% would be millions of hectares.
Let's move on to the pesticides. A reduction by 50%. Well, we have those. This is a table by Marek Mrówczewski, a friend of mine. I also signed this document. Poland is supposed to lower the days by half, while the other countries will still have 4 times as many pesticides in use. So that's an idea that is not really practical, and we don't know how to implement that. And the problem with pesticides is of a different nature. We don't have many of the patents that have elapsed. 2,700 substances are on the list, 2,700 substances that are registered in Poland. But there are fewer and fewer groups of these pesticides. It's more and more difficult to protect our produce in a rational way. The decision-taking is very weak. We should have an analysis of the pests. It starts from springtime. We should see the outbreaks, where which illness starts, and then we could start to eradicate. We can use lower doses in the beginning, but we don't do that at the start in Poland. So anyway, 80%, that refers to the large European states such as France, Spain, Germany, Italy, and they are responsible for the chemicalization of the environment, while the 50% was supposed to cover all the member states. We also have another hazard here. Well, the neonicotinoids were withdrawn. They are obviously harmful. They are very harmful to pollinators. There is no doubt as to that. But they were withdrawn everywhere. For example, for potatoes, neonicotinoids were used, 25 grams per hectare, and that protected young sprouts. When it was withdrawn everywhere, including the underground layer, we need to use sprayers for the pests, the insects, not to damage the plants in the early stages. So instead of half a treatment in terms of foliar treatment, we had to use 4 treatments. Is that environmental protection? I don't think so. So following the protests, the European Commission withdrew from that decision. They recalled that suggestion. It will still be analyzed. We need to reduce the use of pesticides, obviously. We need to use only as many as necessary. However, we should not impose administrative cuts everywhere in the same way. So as you can see, the President of the Commission said, and that was back in February, that they changed their mind. So they will still be debating on that. However, this was not the best idea. Well, we should praise the Commission from withdrawing from wrong ideas. That's a very good thing. Now, in terms of fertilizers, the reduction of the use of fertilizers, we were shocked when the war in Ukraine started, where nitrogen prices went up from 4 to 13 zlotys to produce 1 tonne of ammonium. We needed 800 to 1,000 cubic meters of gas. And natural gas, well, we know what happened. So that is the entire problem of the Green Deal. We don't want to be dependent on external resources, on non-renewable resources. This is the problem. So what happened with those fertilizers? First, a few words. I found a great source of data from the American Department of Agriculture. Representatives of that department were here. We discussed it, and they've been analyzing the agriculture around the world. This is data concerning maize. Look at the use of fertilizers and the crop yields. The leader is the United States, 10 tons per hectare. The productivity of 1 ton is 37 kilos. However, what is the productivity in Argentina? 1 kilo gives 99 of crops. I don't know, I cannot show it to you. I cannot indicate it using this equipment that I have, sorry. Well, I'll manage somehow. Okay, Ukraine. Again, the effectiveness of using fertilizers is very high. 90 kilos translates into 6 kilos, 6 tons. So when we start free trade, we have no tariff barriers, then we have this competitive advantage. Of course, with Argentina, it's slightly different because it's very far away through the Atlantic. So there's an additional transportation cost, which would be rather high. Now, how about fertilization? Fertilizers were at the level of 130 kilos in Poland for many years. Then it reached 140 kilos. Then the Ukrainian crisis happened and it dropped from 140 to nearly 110 per hectare. That's mainly nitrogen, around 80 kilos per hectare. So if we calculated it from the starting point, the highest starting point, the years 2016, 17, 18, we have already reached the 20% reduction. We have already reduced the use of fertilizers. It is still a problem that remains to be solved. We need the precise farming, 4.0 farming, the precise planning of the use of fertilizers. The farmers for many years used around 40 kilos of fertilizers too much per hectare. But the fertilizers were cheap. Now they are not cheap anymore. So they are trying to adopt a more reasonable position. So that's what happened in 2022. The fertilizer prices increased significantly and the crops did not drop, although everyone expected that. Well, so it's possible thanks to a reasonable approach. Look at the good farms, look how they operate, and it's possible. Well, how to operate in order not to have the runoff of these fertilizers from the fields? Well, that's obvious. In Poland, we can make fertilizing more reasonable if we limit the acidity of the soils. 4,100,000 hectares have a pH of below 4.5. 100 kilos in such a field, out of these 100 kilos, the plant will get a maximum of 30, while 70 will be dispersed into the environment. And that is the main problem to be solved now. We need to reduce the acidity of the soil, and only then will we be able to use fertilizers in a reasonable way. Now, the grain problem, the importation from Ukraine, it is true that when the war started, there was a clear increase. More than 4 million tons entered into Poland. Here you can see information to the quality of the grains. A lot has been said about this being technical grain, about the low quality of the grain. I was at the border. I saw the work of all the authorities responsible for grain. Well, grain is not transported in one vehicle. It's a set of vehicles, 20, 30 vehicles, or an entire train. If it is declared as a seed grain, then the inspection of seeds is involved. If that is feed grain, then the veterinary inspection is involved. If it's consumption grain, then we have the sanitary inspection involved. So these grains were quite intensely controlled back then. So it doesn't mean that it was very low quality grain. It happened, obviously. I saw consumption grain that was not allowed to cross the border. The price was very low and it entered Poland as technical grain, and then it suddenly mysteriously became consumption grain again. So miracles do happen. It's about 4 million tons in total. You can see a graph here showing the situation back then, 2020 until 2021. This is the line below. So that's 20 to 30,000 tons, almost nothing. Then the war starts. 2022. We start importing 100, 150, 200, 250, 300, 400,000 tons per month. Then in 2023, 350. Then it starts decreasing when the whole discussion about the price of grain started. There is a ban, and it dropped by June 2023. Almost to zero. Only single transports were executed. So wheat, the global market of wheat, Russia is the leader. Look at these graphs. They sell 42 million tons of wheat, and the entire EU only 35. Russia, well, we know what the oligarchs do. When they are told to lower the prices, they do it. They do it in order to push out other players from the market. So we see the previous large exporters such as the US, Canada, and Australia. They are now really second-rank exporters. And we have to face this global market. It's very difficult to guarantee a certain level of productivity in Poland if we do not stay in touch with the global market. When students say that when farmers protested, but did you see what tractors they had? Well, you as students, please draw conclusions. Yes, very expensive ones, 300,000 each, but that one cost 1 million. So why did they use the most expensive tractors to protest? Why did they use large, high-quality equipment? Well, this is the reply. The grain producers, we have 30,000 producers in the first group that provide 80% of the entire grain on the market. That is wheat, maize, and barley. Then we have the third group, 840,000, the small holdings that only amount to 15% of the entire yield and only 10% of the purchase. The first group are the large producers, but they use most of their production as feed in their own holdings. And the grain market, hitting the grain market, hurt most this first category. And that is why they protested, the large producers. So what is happening now? I will now show you some data. This is based on my research. And the previous data is historical data. So my beloved maize production. When I was a student, it was said that maize would never be present in Poland. It's not warm enough, it's not sunny enough. That's a C4 plant. But please look at the presence of maize now in Poland. Look at the area. It used to be around 1 million hectares, and now we have 1,800,000 hectares. The years 2014, 15, 16, 17, that was the period when new types of maize started being used. The climate is getting warmer. We know what is happening, and maize likes warmer climate. And there is one characteristic feature here. That's a plant that has deep roots. So it can also be used on lighter soil. So it entered the areas where even rye used to be produced. So we have a huge increase in the production of maize in Poland. What are the consequences? Well, they're not obvious. On the one hand, we have more wild boar. There's nothing better for wild boar than maize. A lot of food until late autumn, and some chemical substances that are to be found in maize are very good for the fertility of the sows of wild boar. That is why we have more wild boars, but that's one non-obvious consequence. Now, Professor Michalski prepared this graph until 2014, and then we have the Statistical Office data from 2014 onwards. Look at the crops. 2.5 to 3 million tons. And suddenly we have 9 million. We used to import maize from the US, and now we can export it to the US because we have too much maize. It's mainly used for feed production, for industrial production. Now, how has the structure of grain production changed? The graph on the right-hand side is more important. In the years 2010 to 2015 and 2016 to 2023, the structure of supply to the grain market has become much simpler. In the period 10 to 15, 45% corresponded to wheat and maize. Now 60% is wheat and maize. Together with triticale, it amounts to nearly 80% of the total production. But triticale is usually for internal use for feed. That's the main target use of triticale. So we see a shift in the structure of production. Now, the production of grain, the average production of roughly 25 million tons per year in Poland. Then in the years 2005 onwards, after we became a member state of the EU, we see a higher yield. We have a higher yield because we have more maize, 7 tons per hectare on the average. So that's a very high yield per hectare. That is why our production rose by 4 million tons. And then the recent years, 35 million tons. I have 5 minutes. Okay. That's what I need. So the domestic use, it was at the level of 26 million tons. And in the last years, it dropped. That is mainly related to the crisis on the livestock market. We have more poultry. We are the largest producer of poultry, but for the remaining animals, the numbers have dropped. We have more industrial use, and that is satisfactory. The farmers will not only produce food because we have enough food, that's a saturated market, so we will be producing agricultural produce for other purposes, such as the production of fuels, energy for industry. The consumption dropped slightly, as you can see, and that is related to changes in our diet to some extent. And then use for feed has dropped considerably. In 10 years, the number of pigs dropped to only 9.6 million. Now, a purely economic issue, a market issue. These are the prices of wheat, the different types of wheat, American wheat, German wheat, that is the black one. The first one was dark blue, then we have black, we can't really see the colors, and then the red one is Polish wheat. The prices of wheat on the market are lower in terms of the Polish wheat is cheaper because our port in Gdańsk and Gdynia is too small to export a lot of wheat. If we want to export 1.5 million, then we need to go to Hamburg. So one of the key demands should be terminals in our ports. But let's look at another factor. There are no clear differences between the markets. The prices are similar. One follows the other. We see the Ukrainian crisis, they all increased, then they all dropped. So we cannot try to keep the levels at a falsely low level. This is the forecast for wheat prices in Polish zlotys until March 2027. So the forecast is that the prices will remain at the level of 900 plus. We're talking about consumption wheat. Now maize. Here you can see the lowest levels, so the price is calculated including wet maize, and the price is lower for that reason. But if we eliminated these lowest lows, let's say, the prices would be similar. So the global prices dictate the prices in Poland, and it's very hard to avoid that. And then we have the grain balance. We can see what happened after the war started. The stock rose from 3 to 6 million. We used to have 3-4 million. Now the crops are similar. The domestic supply is similar. We always import some grains. We import the wheat to produce pasta, for example. The imports rose, but not in a very important way. The domestic supply rose to nearly 40 million tons, and the domestic consumption did not change, which means that we have 46 million of domestic supply, so our stock plus the yield plus the importation, but the consumption is not dropping.
And for the exports, it went up by 3 million tons. That's quite a lot, but it does not solve the problem anyway, and it's quite a problematic issue. And we have more final stocks because we were not able to sell it off. And if there is an excess of a certain good on the market, the supply and demand play will result in price drops. That's a market rule. But we are independent in terms of grain production. That's 141% factor of independence. Now for rapeseed, only a third of rapeseed grown is used for foods. 2/3 are used for fuels. This means agriculture is also a big resource for the industry. A lot of corn is also remade into fuels used by farmers. So in energy independence is an important factor. Whenever I tell farmers that out of 3 trucks carrying energy crops, 1 will be remade into foods, 2 into fuels, they cannot believe me. But this is not to be thought. This is also profit for the farmers. And the trade war between the US and China that will soon start will not be a war for oil or gas. The first war will be a war for electric cars. Why? In order to get independent from fossil fuel supplies. The more electric cars, the less diesel fuel we need, the less crude oil we need. And farmers also have an opportunity to produce non-food resources. And the same situation here, rapeseed prices on the domestic market and in the port of Hamburg. And we can see that these prices would be very difficult to regulate to make it more profitable here in Poland than in Hamburg. We can compensate for price drops if it turns out that this or other branch suffers from price drops. because then this needs to be compensated to the farmers, because if they fall, it will be much more harmful. So to sum up, beyond the very right claims resulting from an overly optimistic introduction of certain elements, the Green Deal became this scarecrow. Everything bad is because of the Green Deal, supposedly. But whenever we get into details, whenever we start discussing the details, we start noticing upsides, downsides, nuance, controversies. No farmer will say right now that 2022 has been the most profitable year for them over the past 2 decades, because they've forgotten that already, but we can see the next steps. And we must discuss it. We must change and amend policies so as not to lead to difficulties for whole producer groups. We must have predictable policies in place, and if the policies are irrational because of flashy claims that are then hard to withdraw from, then we have a problem. But if they are withdrawn from, like with the following obligation, well, let us enjoy the factors improving. The environmental schemes showed a clear improvement because of high interest among the farmers. They took the money and reinvested that in their farming businesses. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm certain you all have so many questions to Marek Krzysztoforski, but after the first 3 lectures, we have scheduled a slot for discussion. So if you have any questions, please write them down. While now, I would like to invite Professor Tadeusz Pomianek from University of Computer Science and Management in Rzeszów to discuss changes to the food system. Changes that we must start considering already and reflecting on already, as they are necessary. The professor will be addressing us online. If you could please connect the streaming. Is it better now? Okay. Good morning, Professor. Please start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I tell you what I think about the changes to the food system, let me tell you why. The most recent report of the Global Environmental Fund is very clear in saying that we have 5 years to take the sustainable development path. Otherwise, we'll be at a point of no return. And if we were to look at the current food production system, the main issue, to my mind, is the intensive farming system, industrial food production system. Of course, it's become highly efficient, but at what cost? It is visible to the naked eye that the consequences are already dangerous to our sheer existence. Let's just bear in mind that if we were to take the whole field to fork scheme, food production generates 35% of the total greenhouse gas emissions. That is, in order to produce a kilo of meat, we need 12 kilos of cereals. That's what FAO says. And we emit 22 kilos of CO2 and over 20 tons of water. The water consumption in farming is almost 70%. First of all, this is important because otherwise the soil will stop bearing fruit and the pollinators will go extinct. We can define industrial farming as monocultures plus artificial fertilizers plus pesticides plus antibiotics. And globally, the world puts over 200 million tons of fertilizers into the soils plus 4 million tons of toxic pesticides. What's worth mentioning is that according to some researchers, around 45%, that is almost 90%, 90 million tons, will never be absorbed by the plants, but will rather flow to surface waters and water reservoirs and the oceans ultimately. Very similarly, cage production utilizes 100,000 tons of antibiotics. In Poland, that's 800 tons, so that's 6 times more per kilo of meat than in France and 5 times more than in the Czech Republic. So we're pushing chemicals into our soils with quite limited knowledge on this amazing, complex world. We have more organisms in a spoonful of soil than there are people in the world, and we need healthy soils in order to produce 95% of the food. Soil is also indispensable not just for feeding the humanity with high-quality foods, but also to combat climate change, prevent drying out or flooding. Monocultures not only deplete the soils, but also provide agricultural products that are at substandard quality in terms of their nutrient or microelement content. This has a bearing on the health of people, animals, insects, and also the more depleted the soils are, the less water it will retain from any precipitation. This results in a vicious circle. On one hand, the climate is getting ever warmer with more drought periods, followed by torrential rains, but these rains are unable to be absorbed by the excessively depleted soils, which results on the humidity level going down and the floods happening ever more often. Dry and depleted soil does no longer sequester greenhouse gases. It emits greenhouse gases, further contributing to climate warming. This year gave us even more evidence of how effectively this disastrous mechanism works. Apart from climate warming, the ocean temperature going up and more evaporation, this led to floods in southwestern Poland, Czech Republic, recently in Spain, but also in Brazil, in particular south of Brazil. We must also realize that over 1 second, 13 million tons of water evaporate from the ocean, and the warmer the oceans get, and these absorb over 90% of the excess heat, the higher this evaporation is. It is estimated, according to United Nations, monocultures cause steppe formation and desertification, but also depletion of soils, meaning we're losing around 12 million hectares of fertile soils a year. 1/3 of agricultural soils in the world are already degraded. In Nigeria, it's as high as 80%. 2 billion people suffer from microelement deficiencies as a result of depleted soils and depleted foods. In California, over just a single pollination season, 50 billion bees die, mainly because of pesticides. Over 80 years ago, FDR said that the nation that destroys its soil destroys itself. According to FAO, it sounds quite optimistic, actually, but they claim that if we were to go to a sustainable economy, we will be able to produce 58% more food. Pesticides are everywhere already, and they have a definitely negative impact onto human health. In the EU, I just read it in the Atlas of Pesticides, around 44% of farmers have health issues due to pesticide use, and the EU spends 115 billion euros a year for their treatment. Let's just notice how serious an issue it is. Then secondly, we can very well suffocate. We know very well that some 50% of oxygen is generated by the forests thanks to photosynthesis, but over 40 years, we managed to chop down 17% of the Amazon forest. That is the lungs of the world, that is 1.2 million hectares, and we are very close to the tipping point at 20% when the forest will start emitting greenhouse gases rather than absorbing them. Last year in Canada, 20 million hectares of forests burned down and over 140 of fire tornadoes emerged. On an annual scale, some 400 million forests and savannas burn down. It's not just a huge surface formerly capable of photosynthesis, it also depletes the soil that takes very long to regenerate. Oxygen is also generated by phytoplankton at some 70%, with the oceans being reservoirs of various waste, food production waste, unused pesticides, fertilizers, antibiotics. We know the unoxygenous zones grow, as well as the pollution and the phytoplankton health levels deteriorate. We don't know for how long it will continue to generate oxygen. The next issue are immigrants. We have more and more climate immigrants out there, and we see very clearly that the socio-economic system of the Western world starts to break down, with populists and nationalists pushing to get power on anti-migration agenda. Let's realize who led to that. These are multinational concerns that continue chopping down forests in order to replace them with monocultures to produce animal feed in the countries of the global south, taking land away from indigenous groups who have no longer areas where they could grow their own food. Cutting down forests also speeds up climate change, and more areas in the global south are already uninhabitable, so the migration pressure will continue to rise. If we couple that with demographic trends, in particular the demographic explosion in Nigeria and everywhere through Africa, in the year 2100 we'll have more Nigerians than Chinese. With over 80% of Nigerian soil degraded already. Where will they go? The answer is pretty simple. And this postcard from Lampedusa is just a teeny tiny forewarning of what could happen. At this point, let us understand that this problem can be minimalized or neutralized by supporting small and medium-sized farms in poor countries. We have a lot of stakes in that. They could become our partners in this global fight to stop global warming and to recover the nature. It would be really good if those who created those monocultures could understand their mistakes and give back the land to the indigenous groups. The fact that we're warming up the planet and destroying the environment also impacts our health. We could quote a very long list showing the current status. It's worth mentioning, though, that as of today, 8% of the global population is obese. Their treatment costs us $600 billion. And in 6 years, we're going to have 2 billion of these people who will cost us $3 billion. For Poland, we're at that point already, because 60% of Polish people are overweight, a quarter of them are obese, and our children are the fattest out of the all EU. Even though spending on healthcare goes up throughout, the assessment of the actual healthcare services provided continues to go down. And the global food production leader, that is the US, consumed the most of meat, 120 kilos of meat per person per year, at a global average of 40 kilos. But their drug spendings, their population is just 4.5% of the global population, but their medicine spending is 30% of the global spending, and 19% of the GDP, almost 19% of the GDP in the US is spent on healthcare. That's $1,000 per person per month. In spite of that, an average American has no funds to secure sufficient treatment to themselves. In Poland, spendings on healthcare went up sevenfold over the last 10 years. But if the largest economy of the world is not able to cope with the healthcare issues, there can be only one conclusion. Unless we improve the health status of people, the healthcare systems will simply collapse. And the costs of devastation of our planet and the people, those that we've identified, well, I've mentioned obesity already, but biodiversity losses that cost us at the level of $2 billion. According to OECD, soil depletion costs may be as high as $10 billion a year. But in spite of that, we can still afford toxic subsidies. According to Professor Dasgupta from Cambridge University, each year we're subsidizing intensive food production systems with as much as $6 billion, while International Monetary Fund believes that fossil fuel producers are subsidized at a level of $7 billion a year. As of today, all these costs that I've presented constitute around 30% of the global GDP. That really looks scary. What can we do about that? Are we really helpless? Or do we have a choice between hungry people and healthy environment, or the opposite? Let's listen to the researchers who have answered just that. American researchers from the University of Berkeley and Stanford claim that if we were to resign from meat consumption, we would spare 75% of arable lands, grow forests there that will absorb CO2, and the remaining quarter of arable land will be enough to feed all people on a plant-based diet. Professor Kramasz from Jagiellonian University believes the proportions could very simply be reversed, just devoting 1/4 of arable land to meat production, which will help us feed twice the current global population. So, it's not an alternative between hunger and health. The choice is different.
Either we want to keep our consumption model and our lifestyle, and we're heading towards disaster, or we will act in a disciplined and correct way in order to limit the consumption of animal-based food, favoring plant-based food. Well, many experts have shown the possible solutions. This is one of the latest proposals, the leaders being German researchers. We want to move towards sustainable development. That will cost us around $500 billion per year, but we will gain 20 times as much. That's a lot. Well, it's hard to believe that $500 billion per year will be sufficient to transform the world. Of course, they say that we need to change our consumption model, and that would be the source of all the gains. However, if we go that way, then in 2040, our food system will stop emitting greenhouse gases, it will start absorbing them, and there will be a real perspective of limiting global warming to 1.5%. What is my proposal, however, in terms of the transformation of the food system in Poland? Let me remind you that we produce more than 5 million tons of meat and we import about 0.7 tons. We consume half of it, about 75 kilos per person per year, and we export about half of our production. In parallel, I would like to emphasize the fact that if we limited our meat production 3 times within a 5 to 10 year perspective, so from 75 to 25 kilos. Why that level? Because both the World Health Organization and the National Public Health Institute in Poland say the same. This is the optimum consumption. It's sufficient and it's the best level for our health. Especially Brits, Americans, as I said before, go much further. So let me repeat that. We mainly import meat from battery farming, and they use feed based on monoculture mainly. So if that production system is toxic for the environment, for the human beings, for the climate, then the question arises whether it makes sense, whether we should be more reasonable. Within a 5 to 10 year perspective, we should limit this structure to 0. So what would the results be? It would also be important for us to increase the consumption of fish and seafood, because it's half the global average in Poland. But if we transformed our system based on these assumptions, what would the results be? Obviously, we would lose 9 billion euros of revenue per year. So the exporter gets 13 zlotys per 1 kilo of exported meat. Please try to buy it in a shop at that price. You pay double that price. Secondly, if 3/3 of our arable land is used for meat production, if we reduce the production, let me repeat that, if we would have about 1 million instead of 5, but of course we should develop the production of free-range animals. That is also a production of natural fertilizers, so that is the right way to go. Especially as we are able to gain 8 million hectares per year. That is 1/4 of the surface area of Poland. So let me repeat that. We would save a lot of water, at least 30 billion tons of water annually. It's worth noticing that Poland consumes 60 plus billion per year. And we are one of the last countries in the member states, in the EU member states, in terms of water availability. So we would have an additional area of nearly 8 million hectares, which we could use to produce more plant-based proteins, because we would limit the consumption of animals, of protein of animal origin. But we would need much less arable land for that. We would limit the emission of greenhouse gases, at least 79 million tons in Poland. So we would also be able to save the peat bogs that has become dry through the years. And peat bogs regulate the water system, so that would be also a considerable advantage. So we would have more space to produce plants, vegetables, everything that is useful for humans and less harmful to the environment. We could also export that produce, which means that we should move towards a Mediterranean diet, which, as we know, is considered to be very healthy. And our climate is getting closer to the Mediterranean one as well. Of course, the problem arises with the financing of such a transformation. Let me remind you that the EU spends more than 30 billion euros annually for subsidies to agricultural production, and Only since last year, an important part of those subsidies support organic farming. That's around 9 billion euros per year, 1/4 of the total amount, which still means that 3/4 of that amount go to intensive farming. If the EU finally, and they say that there is real progress in the work in terms of the greenhouse gas emission limits, also for food production, we could gain 12 billion euros in Poland and 120 in the entire EU per year. So far, we only know that the Danes, or Denmark, will be the first country to implement that as an experiment. So let me just remind you that there is a lot of money in the EU that could be spent on the necessary research regarding the production of substitutes of chemicals, for example, biological substances, not only for research, but also for the support of the production. That should also be developed. I don't have enough time to draw on that. However, I would like to say very clearly that there is enough money, definitely, but we need to use it in a different way. There is also a question of the economic balance, but I will mention that in a moment. So, what are the necessary conditions for a successful transformation? In the first place, we need to modify this system from the perspective of the Common Agricultural Policy and the Green Deal. We should simplify it, we should cut down on red tape. And we should learn, for example, from the Brits. They've been financing education for farmers, counseling for farmers, and what do they pay them for? If they see visible results, if the environment is getting better. And secondly, based on how much food and of what quality they produce. So this is a necessary condition for this change. It should be clear to the farmers as well. It's high time for us to implement the regular health check of farmers, breeders, their families, and all the persons employed in the food sector, so as to make people more aware of how pesticides act. The farmers know very little about it, and the recent strikes have shown that. The education of the entire society, large-scale project to make them more aware of what they eat, what is harmful, what is not harmful. This should be accompanied by a broad system of health prevention. Otherwise, the politicians will not be forced to take determined action. Let me just give you one example. If we compare this year to the next year, the expenses on healthcare will increase by 43 billion zlotys. They will exceed 200 billion zlotys, while health prevention, that's only 1%. That is ridiculous. We should support small processing facilities, the entire infrastructure, all that was destroyed in the 1990s while the large corporations were expanding and they were eliminated from the market. So one of the first stages, in my opinion, without further ado, we should build a network of eco sales in large cities. And we could also supply healthy food to nursery schools, to primary schools, etc. It's already been operational in many cities in Europe. What will that result in? There will be a market for healthy food, and then agricultural producers will see that there is an interest in getting involved. In Poland, organic food is about 1.5 billion zlotys per year. That is 60 times less than in Germany. Then this network should be developed further. So we would create single projects in different cities that would be further developed, and that would eliminate the entire problem gradually. Let me just remind you that from 1 hectare you can get 6 to 20 times more plant protein than animal protein. If you produce 1 kilogram of plant protein, you need 10 times less water than when you produce animal proteins, and you can limit greenhouse gas emissions by 90 times. If we have natural breeding, the emission of greenhouse gases drops by 40 times and the use of energy 7-fold. Let me move on to the aspect that I've already mentioned. Now, when we breed animals, what we take into account is only direct costs. And I don't understand that. That is a kind of abuse. You should also take into account some indirect costs when you produce meat, for example, greenhouse gas emissions, environmental pollution, damage to our health, the cost of the wrong lifestyle that we live. So if we take all that into account, the price of meat should be higher by 29 zlotys. It should be double the price that it is now. So we pay half of it in the shop, but we also pay for it once we've walked out of the shop, because our taxes are used to finance meat production and the environment is being destroyed using our money, and our health is also being destroyed. So let's do the maths. Let's show to everyone that there is no economic basis for high quality food to be more expensive than industrially produced food. If we use antibiotics, chemicals, highly processed food, this food should be much more expensive. And that would be honest economics, which is one of the conditions which would lead us to this transformation that I'm suggesting. So, summing up, I would like to point to one aspect that is one of the most harmful absurdities of our modern world. I've already mentioned the fact that toxic subsidies to intensive farming and to the production of energy from fossil fuels amount to $13 billion per year. According to FAO, in order to have a healthy diet, it's enough to spend $4 per day, which means that 90% of these toxic subsidies could provide food to the entire humanity, healthy food. And I believe this is the best conclusion of I tried to explain in my presentation. Just 2 more comments to finish my presentation. Well, first of all, we need to limit the meat consumption to the level suggested by doctors. We should also eat less processed food and stop wasting food. But the higher the food, the less we waste. Thirdly, if our taxes are used to subsidize producers, then let's give that money to those who care about the environment and about us, and not those who only want to make profit. And fourthly, it is in our interest, the interest of all Europeans, is to support small holdings in poorer countries. That is an effective way to stop the climate migration and to stop the hazard of the destabilization of our economic and social system. We need much less money for the 2 points that I've mentioned here than for these toxic subsidies. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Professor. Please stay with us, because after the lecture that follows, there will be a discussion, a Q&A session, and I would invite you to participate in the discussion, but bear with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker is Professor Agata Jabłońska-Trypuć from the Białystok University of Technology, who will tell us about the impact of pesticides on human health. This is related to the promotion, the information about the pesticide atlas, which we are trying to popularize. It was published and prepared by the Heine Habel Foundation and published together with the Polish Ecological Club. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Nazywam się... Nazywam się Agata Jabłońska.
My name is Agata Jabłońska-Trypuć. I represent the Technical University of Białystok, Faculty of Chemistry, Biology and Biotechnology. We study pesticides at our faculty. So let me expand a bit on the topic briefly glanced upon by the professor. That is the impact of pesticides onto human health. I will also do my best to stick to the schedule as we're already delayed. So let me start by explaining what pesticides are. You all know that these are biologically active chemicals that we use to protect crops and animal products. Pesticides are used by various industries, not just farming industry, and they are usually recognized as toxic. Of course, rigorous inspections on pesticide use are in place. This is because it has been scientifically proven for many years that pesticides contaminate water, soils, and food, all our ecosystems. Literature data suggests that unfortunately in the EU, the pesticide use is not going down after all. And the idea behind the development of this group of compounds was good. Pesticides should be toxic for pests and be helpful to us, but at the same time, they should only exhibit low or no toxicity towards humans and animals. And they should biodegrade fast, that is, dissipate in the environments. But this, unfortunately, does not happen. Generally speaking, there are several groups of pesticides, depending on whether we take into account a split based on their targets, that is, the organisms the pesticides are supposed to work against. Then we can define zoocides that combat animal pests, bactericides that fight bacteria, fungicides, herbicides, and many, many more. But we can also divide pesticides based on their chemical structures. These would be inorganic and organic pesticides, arsenic-based and fluor-based pesticides. Many of these are forbidden in the EU, including DDT, which, however, still are identified in animal and human tissue, as well as placentas. And I'm going to talk about that later. Overall, we know that pesticides are used quite universally and they cause environmental pollution and food contamination. Literature suggests that the products that are the most contaminated in Europe include those that we eat the most, such as lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, apples, leeks, nectarines, strawberries, pears, and peppers. Long-term exposure to even low-dose pesticides is seriously risky to human health. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are talking about pesticide exposure, there are 3 different ways of exposure. And taking these into account, we design experiments and our faculty tests the impact of pesticides onto human organisms on a molecular level. I'm also going to discuss that later. The path of exposure affects us all because we all eat our food, we all drink our drinks, that's inevitable. So we are all exposed through our gastrointestinal tracts together with water and food. We consume various pesticides continuously. And according to literature data in the EU, over half of fruits, vegetables and grains are contaminated with residual pesticides. This is also worth remembering. Sometimes products of the pesticide, the composition are even more toxic than the original pesticides themselves. 2 other paths of exposure, inhalation and skin exposure, mainly affect farmers, just like the professor said already. That is, people who work with pesticides are directly exposed to their negative action via airways when they prepare these mixtures or spray them, and also through the skin. Generally speaking, according to WHO, a definition was drafted of pesticide residue, that's a total of chemicals present in food products as a result of pesticide use. And you can, of course, find and read legislation that pertains to possible standards or cutoffs for presence of pesticide residue in foodstuffs. These are very well defined for food products, food components, and defined in milligrams per kilogram of a product. Let's bear in mind that we don't eat just a single product, though we eat multiple products. So these chemicals, plant protection substances, accumulate in our bodies, and pesticides are toxic. They are definitely harmful to organisms beyond their target group, including humans. This is weird, though, and a bit strange that their impact on human health has not been tested extensively enough, so there's still room for us researchers. We know for certain that they increase the risk of tumor formation. There is a lot of literature available showing direct correlation between pesticide use and various cancers, brain cancer, ovarian cancer, uterine cancer, and lung cancer, due to changes in human body involving a change in the DNA, methylation of the DNA, but also blood cancers that are so popular so prevalent in farmers, their wives and children, that are also directly related to pesticide use. Leukemia results from histone modifications and changes in mRNA expression profile. That is an impact of fungicides. At our faculty, we also test oxidative stress that results from pesticide use. It's a phenomenon that can be positive on one hand, but negative on the other. It all depends on the dose, but oxidative stress that is too severe is linked with various diseases such as neurodegenerative diseases, oncological diseases, diabetes, asthma, and autoimmune diseases, but also skin conditions. It's a phenomenon that disrupts the balance between pro-oxidants and antioxidants. Pro-oxidants are free radicals that emerge in our metabolism on a natural basis without any toxic influences at all. And at low doses, they are useful and antioxidants that we should eat with our food. If this balance is maintained, it's all fine and well. It's worse if the balance tips towards pro-oxidants, that is free radicals. Pesticides are definitely pro-oxidative by nature. Our research also suggests that they reinforce oxidative stress and cause it by inhibiting antioxidation systems and free radical production. In pro-oxidative classification, we definitely have pesticides. I marked them in red. And there are so many substances out there that are more or less complex, organic and inorganic, that are introduced into our bodies from the outside, but also those that emerge naturally. And pesticides, unfortunately, take a prominent place in this classification of exogenic pro-oxidants. Free radicals are molecules that have uncoupled electrons. They are highly reactive, highly unstable. They seek pairs and attack various other molecules that are important to our life and health, such as nucleic acids and lipids, proteins, carbohydrates, and in regular physiological conditions, regular human metabolism, a certain quantity of free radicals will stimulate splits of cells and growth, as well as metabolical processes that progress naturally. It's worth remembering, though, that we must never have too many free radicals. And pesticides are also among factors such as air pollution, smoking, radiation, or industrial chemicals. They're on the list of the sources of free radicals. They induce oxidative stress. And the main groups of pesticides that stimulate that oxidative stress, which is the underlying reason, if too severe, is an underlying reason to many severe diseases, including oncological diseases that the whole world struggles with, but also diabetes on a large scale and so many autoimmune diseases. This is because insecticides, fungicides, and herbicides, these are also pesticide groups that are used very readily in farming, among other areas. What do pesticides cause? They change oxidative stress parameters. These are also tested at our faculty, how this happens, but it also turns out that they impact our hormonal balance, which is very important these days. They act as endocrine disruptors. They impact the fertility levels. But, just like I said already, their impact onto human metabolism on the cellular level has not been tested extensively enough yet. This is not what it should be, but it may be due to the fact that, generally speaking, we only have some literature data linking pesticide toxicity directly and the oxidative stress they generate that were conducted on mammals. There's just limited research on that, also for this reason that we're withdrawing from animal studies, but this is why we decided to go forward with in vitro tests on human cell cultures that provide us with very interesting and reliable results indeed. It turns out that pesticides impact the hormonal system, the endocrine system, and we also have proven that by our studies. We had a large project related to that. Glyphosate turned out to be a hormone modulator disrupting the endocrine system, causing imbalance in testosterone and estradiol levels, as well as overgrowth of internal organs. Exposure to pesticides also results in thyroid issues. Most probably, they prevent iodide absorption and interact with thyroid receptors. Pesticides such as DDT reduce FT3 and FT4 levels and increase TSH level. There's also data available indicating that wives of farmers and women that are linked to the farming business or work in the fields and are exposed to pesticides, not just through consumption like we all, but also through the skin and the respiratory system, unfortunately, on top of fertility issues or problems with pregnancy, they are also at higher risk of thyroid issues. And in terms of fetal growth and development, pesticides cause delayed issues. You must know that we have more and more causes of ADHD, autism, or children on the spectrum. We link it more and more to the pesticides that are in our environment. Motor issues, memory issues, infertility, these are long-term outcomes of pesticide use. And sometimes it's difficult for us to find a direct correlation in experimental studies with dose-effect relationship. Here it's difficult to find them, but we're finding them nonetheless. These pesticides indeed cause these delayed effects. Immediate effects, that is exposure to methoxychloride, directly impacts pregnancy or development of testes in rats. Tests of cord blood also show that out of 28 chemicals that we've identified in cord blood, 21 were pesticides. Our physiology works this way so that pregnant women, unfortunately, the placenta is this part that catches everything that circulates in our bodies and gives it to the child. Also, when breastfeeding, we provide our children with accumulated doses of pesticides, and each new generation accumulates even higher doses. And we can see the results of multi-year exposure to pesticides already. Leukemia being more prevalent among children, and it's often rapid leukemia. This is also linked or correlated with pesticides. Pregnant women who are farmers or wives of farmers or who work on farms were found to have lipid disruptions, and when their cord blood samples and placental samples were taken, it turned out that pesticides resulted in lower birth weight in children, or intrauterine growth limitation, and oxidative stress. To finalize, let me just show you a few excerpts from our studies that we run and publish. At our faculty, we have focused on herbicides and fungicides, those that are used the most readily in our area. I come from Białystok, so we focused on the Podlaskie region. And we selected diclobenil, bifenox, mesotrione, and MCPA, and boscalid, iprodion, cyprodinyl, and sulfosulfuron. These are herbicides and fungicides. What did we test? We tested the influence of various herbicides onto cancerous and non-cancerous cells, so breast cancer cells and healthy cells. It turns out that pesticides stimulate the growth of cancerous cells a lot, in particular for hormone-dependent breast cancer, a very rapid growth and strong cancerogenic potential. Our studies have been published already. We also tested toxicity of bifenox and diclobenil and also published the results. That we ran that trial together with our Spanish colleagues, and it turns out that it's not only the herbicides stimulating the growth of cancerous cells a lot, they also impacted microorganisms, disrupting microflora, our gut biome, which is disastrous. We all know how important the gut-brain axis is. We know that our gut decides the shape, our life state, and gut biome is important for our immunity and our functioning on all counts. We also tested hormone-dependent cell lines of cancer cell lines, and we tested MCPA and sulfosulfuron. They were also very cancerogenic. We tested mesotrione and its interaction with skin cancer cells, because we also considered skin exposure, so we wondered what this exposure will be like. Cancerous cells and healthy cells, and again, it turns out that unfortunately the herbicide is more than stimulating to the cancerous cells. Here we can see our studies that point to cancerogenic potential of MCPA, mesotrione, bifenox, and diclofenac. And our last paper, a very important one because we have confirmed their impact onto the common endocrine system of pesticides. We also tested that with breast cancer cells, genetically translocated ones, so as to get an answer to a question of whether these pesticides and fungicides in this case, because we tested 3 fungicides, if they really impact or disrupt the endocrine system. It turns out they do. What is interesting and not particularly optimistic, these pesticides get into cancerous cells at very high efficiency and activity levels, and the lower the concentration, the more efficient it is in stimulating cancer cells, which is disastrous. Our conclusions are as follows: that the fungicides studied caused a statistically significant growth in proliferation of cancerous cells. Estrogen activity was noted for all these fungicides. The lower the concentration, the higher the activity, and oxidation stress activated uncontrolled proliferation of cancerous cells. So, to recap, we should do our best to avoid exposure to these compounds. Thank you so much. This is it from me. If there are any questions, feel free to ask.
Proszę zostać. Okej. Proszę, Marek, proszę Państwa, to...
Ladies and gentlemen, now a Q&A session. If you have questions to Marek Krzysztoforski, to Agata Jabłońska-Trypuć, or Tadeusz Pomianek, who's connected online, feel free to ask them. Are there any questions? Eva has a question. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. We've been waiting for years for such a presentation. We know it, we feel it, we read about it. We know some general statements. But what was missing was research. We thought there was no research in Poland. And there is. So thank you very much to the organizers of the conference that your presentation was included. My question is the following. Why didn't you do research on glyphosate? We do research on glyphosate. We do. I'm not saying we're not. We just have a lot of research going on in parallel in the field of toxicology. Glyphosate is also one of those fields of research, one of the pesticides that we analyze. However, we do not have the results yet. Well, let me put it this way. Pesticides are a good field of a good area of study for researchers. I've been dealing with pesticides for 12 years now, and I have a 90% certainty that there will be a response from the cancer cells. So we do analyze glyphosate as well. We have a project, let's say, going on where we want to carry out a screening through different types of tumors. Here we concentrated on the estrogen-dependent and independent breast cancer. We checked the pathways, and the first results that we found when we were analyzing the impact of pesticides on breast cancer made us think that maybe we should analyze the potentially estrogenic activity of those substances. And that's what we did. We got a grant for a project, and it was confirmed that they have this estrogenic activity as well. And in the case of glyphosate, we're checking the different pathways of its action. The research has been going on for 2 years. So far, we don't need to prove certain elements, but the initial conclusions are that it is a carcinogenic, a stimulating agent. We have many cells in our cell bank, and none of the cancer cells were stopped. They grow very quickly, unfortunately. So this was revolutionary news at the end of your presentation, that the lower the concentration, the stronger the activity. Well, that is the basis of homeopathy. The lower the concentration, the stronger the action. So that's not against the medical knowledge so far. But it is extremely important. This is very important news. So far, we've been talking about limiting the amounts, let's use less, and so on and so forth. But it turns out that the low concentrations, 0 point something, well, we should try to limit them completely and not to decrease the concentration. Yes, you are correct. That will not solve the problem. At my university, we have various types of projects. And one of them, which started around a year ago, is about the so-called biopesticides. By which I mean, well, I will not mention the results because we do not have the final results yet. It's still ongoing. But we want to replace, not limit, but replace fully these pesticides by a different substance, a truly natural substance, a safe substance that will have no adverse effects. So it's impossible just to lower the concentration because lower concentrations lead to very intense effect. That may be due to the absorption, the metabolism of the cancer cells. So nothing or everything, 0 or 1. Thank you very much for this lecture. It was scary, I must say, but I would like to ask about your assessment of research that allow new active substances, new pesticides to be used in the EU. What are the shortcomings of this research when these are substances that you've been showing here and they are used, they are approved on the European market? Yes, they are approved, it's true. However, as I said during my presentation, we do think that the research is not precise enough for us to feel safe and satisfied and calm. There is research, true, and they do show the toxicity following application, acute toxicity, but it seems quite superficial. What is more, what is missing here is research on the decomposition of pesticides. Sometimes we do that as well, and sometimes after the decomposition of the pesticides, there are substances that are much more harmful than the pesticide itself. They are maintained for longer in the environment. They are kept in the fat layers, in humans, in animals. They get activated by hormones during pregnancy, for instance. So what we're lacking here, what we're missing here, is credible molecular research that would show the fate of the metabolite in the body and on the level of the human cells. That is why we've started doing that, because we noticed in the literature that that is not a fully explored topic, not as much as it should be explored. So in my opinion, in our opinion, the opinion of the researchers specializing in that topic, we believe that this is too superficial so far. And what is very important, in my opinion, we do not take into account, well, the EU does provide guidance. There are legal acts in place that say that this is the acceptable dose, etc. But let us not forget that we do not only consume those strawberries in our everyday life, we also consume many more products. And unfortunately, there is accumulation of these substances in the human body. And no one remembers about that. We only talk about single products and the single dose that is approved for human consumption. And that is the wrong approach, in my opinion. And also an approach that is not honest. We cannot hear the question. Question without the microphone. So how about pesticides in the meat that we consume? Because there are people who are many skeptical against a vegan or vegetarian diet. But then the others say that there are the pesticides. So what happens to the pesticides in the meat? Well, we do not specialize in that. But because pesticides are a topic that I know well in general. We have a participant here. All right. Great. So, because I specialize in the matter, I try to monitor that so I can reply to your question as follows. We are aware of the fact that the further we go in the food chain, the worse the composition of that link in the chain. So it's safer to consume what is less processed at the very beginning of the chain. So plants are the safest. Why? Well, we are aware of the fact that nowadays, as it has already been said, industrial farming, which is a fact, uses certain substances for feed. They use bones to produce feed. And what happens is a cumulative effect of the toxic and active substances in the animals that we then consume. The first stage are the plants, obviously, that are consumed by the animals. Then those animals and the animal waste that remains. So the waste that we do not consume is used for the production of feed for other animals as powder. And that's what happens. And with the next generations, there is more and more accumulation of those toxic substances. So as the professor said, the only alternative is probably cutting down on the consumption of meat. And that's the only way to go, because it looks like pesticides are resistant enough. They do not decompose easily. As I said, pesticides should be easy to biodegrade, but they are not decomposed in the environment. They are even found in the fat of polar bears. How do they get there? With the water in the oceans, with the precipitations, and that's where they are detected. Obviously, no one uses pesticides in the Arctic Sea, in Antarctica, in places where they're not used, and they are still found there, which means that they are very resistant. Sometimes we say that there is no problem with the cooperation with other universities at the other end of the world because we can send our pesticides by mail and nothing will happen to them. They will not be decomposed. They will bear any transportation conditions, whether it's warm or cold or hot. They do not change. Recently, we sent some pesticides to Spain. They were lost on the way. They were found and everything was okay. Everything operated perfectly well. The chemists there checked that the substances were exactly the same as they were when we sent them. So from the point of view of a researcher, it's perfect. But from the point of view of all of us consumers, this is really bad news. We may assume that pesticides are just as harmful for animals as for humans. Replying your question, that accumulates in the links of the chain. Urszula Sołtysiak. I'm the spokesperson of the Eco Food Chamber. Well, this discussion is dominated by pesticides, and there's no surprise because that's a topic that interests all of us. I have a comment on pesticides. Mr. Krzysztoforski showed us a table showing that in the Netherlands, 10 kilos per hectare of active substances were used, and in Poland, 2.5 kilos per hectare. But let us not forget that in the Netherlands, most of those pesticides are used in greenhouses for tulips, for flowers. So if we calculated that into field production, then probably it would not be 4 times as much as in Poland, but maybe 2 times, which of course does not help the environment because consumption is one thing. The consumption of those pesticides in food, and another matter are the consequences for the environment that we've been talking about so much today. But I would like to move on to another topic that Mr. Krzysztoforski also mentioned. I really deplore the fact that we tend to treat agriculture as a source not only of food and feed, but also of energy. Why do I deplore that fact? Because if we produce maize, rapeseed, wheat for energy purposes, so to burn them, then I would say that it's time to die. It's horrible. We will be using pesticides, fertilizers, the energy to produce those plants in order to produce more mass that will go to incineration. This is hell. We cannot hear the comments from the room. No, I'm not saying that we should burn oil. Well, I wonder what Professor Pomianek will say, because I'm now provoking him a bit. But this is not a solution. We have to search for new solutions, compromises, and more sustainable solutions. However, if we produce the so-called healthy food, but also produce biomass on a large scale just to burn it, then this is not the perfect solution, in my opinion. Let me disagree with you. May I say something? Well, I'm holding a microphone made of plastic. This is made of oil that has been processed. Most of the packagings could be made based on raw materials from agricultural production. The professor showed that changing our diet will free a lot of land. What will we do? Will we plant forests there? Will we be replacing the non-renewable resources with renewable ones? The Danish example. In Denmark now, in every larger holding of a large agricultural animal production, have an obligation of a priority for biogas. And only then does it go back to the field. So there are 3 gas pipes only for biogas. They said that until 2030, they will be able to achieve climate neutrality without hindering the animal production, just by managing it in a different way. Of course, it will decrease, definitely. So what will we do with these additional reserves in agriculture that we will achieve? Professor, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, the WWF says that we need to cover 30% of land and water by protection if we want to stop the extinction of species and if we want to regenerate, recover biodiversity. So we need this life space to be left to the nature. So that is the first thing. And secondly, on these additional areas of land, it would be possible to produce rapeseed for energy purposes, but there is one condition: without pesticides, maybe with biological stimulators, while respecting the soil, regenerating the soil, and respecting biodiversity. If these conditions are met, in my opinion, these are the key conditions, then it is less important what decisions will be taken based on common sense and the economic analysis. Thank you. Damian Morawiec. I'm a farmer, and I would like to ask the doctor, when analyzing the pesticides, what doses, what concentrations of this working fluid were used? The ones that we use when we mix pesticides with water, or the ones specified as the highest acceptable doses? No, when we conduct our research, we try to use the literature mentioning the level of pesticides in the human body. We conduct our research on human cells, so we would like to reproduce the situation that takes place in the human body. So the doses, the concentrations of pesticides that we used, we only use the active substance of the pesticide, but we also have a comparative study, the pesticide, so the substance that is used with various additives, but it also has the active substance. But we're mainly interested in the active substance because that has the impact that we're analyzing. So when we conduct our research, we have very low concentrations, micromole concentrations, or even nanomole concentrations. So we do not calculate it in grams per milliliter. I know that your way of calculating that is completely different, but the doses that we use are extremely low. These are just trace levels, the levels that are detected in the human body, because we're trying to reflect the in vivo situation in the in vitro tests that we conduct.
Dzień dobry, Maciej Wereszczyk.
Hi, Maciej Wereszczyński, European Climate Foundation. After this last lecture, I'm a bit lost because I heard pesticides in the rain and the fur of a polar bear everywhere, so there's no way to avoid them. So why are we even considering avoiding the use of pesticides in farming if we will get pesticides in the rain anyway? I don't know, I'm a lay person here, but I'm just wondering, why are we considering changing everything if we cannot solve it? Why aren't we considering adapting to the current situation? This is what we're hearing in the climate debate. There's mitigation, but also adaptation to the climate change. I missed that. I understand that antioxidants are a way, but then how do we try to boost their content in our diets? That's one idea. That is very interesting to me. But I also have a question to Professor Pomianek. About this context of changes you'd suggest, taking into consideration the geopolitical strains in the world of today. I believe that this privilege to even consider transforming agriculture is a privilege of peaceful times. What priority structures do we choose for large state policies? Food security, falling under the umbrella of security, is still one of 5 priorities designated by the Polish government for its presidency in the EU. We're also aiming to reduce funds and the common agricultural policy, and I'm considering best ways to run this debate. while we also have proponents of efficiency, and knowing that the history of CAP has originally been linked to maximizing production efficiency, it was not focused on environmental issues at the start. Yes, Professor, could you please respond? Yes, absolutely. I told you already that the costs of the current system are 30% of GDP, so it's a minimum of over $30 billion a year, and they continue to rise. Costs due to bad diet, health costs, have already exceeded 10 billion. So you need to take a holistic view. These two are interlinked. And continuing with this food production system and this diet is a way into a disaster. The only question is whether the Global Environmental Fund is right that we just have 5 years left, or are they wrong and we have much more. But if we start changing this system radically, we'll have savings, healthier people, healthier environment, less spendings on healthcare, higher fitness levels. Just a single example. American scientists say this diet also has contributed to IQ lowering over generations by 4 units, which translates into 8% reduced working efficiency. This is easy to convert into global losses on the labor market at another $5 billion. I also discussed German scientists claiming that transformation is 500 billion costs and the profits are 5 to 10. So if we need more money for, let's say, the defense industry and building up our security in Europe, that transformation is even more necessary because it brings us savings and saves us in terms of our fitness and environmental status. Thanks so much. We may have more occasions for the discussion later. Now let's have the break. Coffee and tea is provided at the end of the corridor, and we will start again at 12:30. Please, let's come back to this room.
Jeszcze przepraszam, kto z Państwa...
And if any of you have not signed the attendance sheet yet, please do so now.
Proszę Państwa, proszę o...
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats as our second part is starting just now.
Profesor Karaczun nie przyszedł przypadkiem we własnej osobie. Dobrze, ale damy...
Okay, so we'll give the professor some breathing room. And then, as a result, given that I'd like to remind you that our conference also pertains to the Baltic Sea, at least a bit, how about we hear from Władimir Zujew from Nerusz Natura in Poland to tell us a bit about climate change in the Baltic Sea region. As well as the publication by Coalition Clean Baltic. We'll give you relevant links just as well. It's available online. Władimir Zujew came to us a year ago. That is, he came to Poland a year ago, and he has links with Belarusian University in Baranowice. Well, not anymore, but he's here in Warsaw. And he runs Nerusz Poland, an organization here in Poland. The floor is yours. Thank you so much. My paper is a brief presentation of the study carried out in 2023 by a team of authors: Maria Falejeva, Ewa Leś, Anna Uszakowa, Irena Usewa, Władimir Zujew, and Katrin Jewsiukowa. The study was based on an analysis of 69 papers and involved separation of patterns. The objective of this publication was to present a review of trends in climate change in the Baltic Sea region. We want to point your attention to the stakeholders, in particular NGOs and local groups, to the understanding and protection of interest of the community most affected by climate change in the region. We understand Baltic Sea region as the area of affluence of rivers to the Baltic Sea involving 12 countries, Poland in particular. It's a region suffering from climate change that has a varied impact on various population groups, industries and geographical areas. The Baltic region countries have a long tradition of following the climate, collating economic and social data and running research. There is a multitude of information on climate change trends and their impact, as well as possible solutions and available financial resources. These information, however, are often diverse and difficult to understand by non-specialists or non-available to the affected communities and NGOs. No coherent, open and available knowledge is an obstacle to final actions aimed at alleviating the results of climate change and adaptation to new circumstances. Today, the climate change is very visible and will continue to persist all over Europe, and the Baltic Sea has one of the highest ratios of temperature increase on land, the impact of climate change on the region is diverse and depends on a specific geographical location for the and also the industry and the community. The socio-economic impact in the Baltic Sea basin countries was analyzed throughout the various studies. We will analyze the trends and discuss the consequences for the economy and the society. The average annual temperatures are going up, and this increase in line with the forecast is going to stay there. And for the past few years, winters in the Baltic Sea regions have become milder. The winter season is about to get shorter. Number of below 0 days is also going down, and this trend will also stay in place. The average precipitation in the region has not changed, but the character of precipitation has. The extreme precipitation is more and more frequent, and these torrential rains are to become a stable factor in any season. The length and frequency of heat waves is also on the rise. One of the key climate change factors is the change in average annual air temperature. In the Baltic Sea region, it's much higher than the global average, and the temperatures will continue to rise throughout the year. The higher temperatures are noticed at every season, and in line with climate scenarios until the end of the century, the average temperature over the Baltic Sea will go up, depending on the scenario, by up to 4 centigrades, depending on the actions taken to limit greenhouse gas emissions. Climate change extends the vegetation period, which can change circumstances for agriculture. The winters are becoming milder, and there is less below 0 impact. The climate change impact on the economy and the society can be either positive or negative. Higher temperatures may bring some benefits, including extended vegetation periods, extended high tourism periods, improved efficiencies in forest management and farming, reduction of costs related to winter preparation. But the negative impacts are much more numerous, and they include the risks of floods, heat waves, droughts, extreme weather events, and other issues. Climate change has a diverse impact onto people involved in economic activity. Specific risks and scopes of risks highly depends on local circumstances as well as sensitivity of local communities, which sometimes makes it hard to forecast on a larger scale. This table shows the impact of climate change onto every group that is particularly vulnerable in terms of climate change because of the geographic location, socio-economic circumstances, including fishing communities, farmers and rural communities, coastal communities, cities, and urban communities. The highest impact on these groups will come from processes such as increase of average annual air temperature, for farmers and rural communities. Among them, we have those whose main economic activity is farming, but we also have industry, tourism, trades and services that contribute to rural economies. Still, farming is one of the most important sectors of the economy in the Baltic Sea region. Arable land is of key importance for food production and is directly linked to food security. As much as 25% of the regional area is used for farm production that involves millions of employees. Farmers and rural communities in the Baltic Sea region are facing both opportunities and threats related to climate change. Increased temperatures may open new opportunities for agriculture, such as extending vegetation periods, introducing new plant varieties, and higher crops. But the result of extended vegetation period will depend on the volume of precipitation and the temperature in the vegetation period. Strong rains and floods may impact plant growth and soil condition negatively, while long-term droughts reduce water availability for animals and crops, in particular in sandy soils. For instance, in 2018, Danish farmers have faced the strongest drought of modern history, which caused direct losses at 4 billion Danish crowns. The climate conditions changing also lead to proliferation of pests and plant illnesses and animal illnesses. Increased wintertime precipitation boosts the risk of nitrogen and phosphorus leaching and running off to the Baltic Sea. Difference in precipitation character also makes it problematic to manage water resources, including competition against various modes of use. It also increases the risk of contamination and deterioration of water quality. Extreme weather events may pose risks to rural infrastructure, such as the roads, bridges, water supply, but also arable land and forests. Forecasts pertaining to higher crops in Poland related to climate change are not clear-cut and depend on many factors. These global changes may result in higher crops in temperate climate zones because of longer vegetation periods and increased temperatures. Still, many challenges are going to emerge. Not enough humidity in the soil, and Poland has already noticed reduced humidity of soils, making it much harder to grow certain crops, including cereals, without additional irrigation. The impact of higher temperatures on the crops, increased temperatures in certain regions may contribute to growing crops such as corn and rapeseed. Still, excessive heat may reduce crops for cereals such as wheat. Different crop structure, in Poland, just like in other European countries, agriculture will probably need to adapt to new conditions, including introduction of new drought-resistant plant varieties and other responses to climate challenges. In order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to climate change, it is important to implement activities aimed towards alleviation of outcomes and adaptation. These can happen on various levels, including state and local levels. Every country that has signed the Paris Compact is obliged to develop a national contribution in order to reduce emissions and adapt to climate change. Several directions are offered to alleviate the results of climate change, including reducing methane emissions from animal production by differentiating feeds and using methane capture equipment, using organic farming practices, using precise farming practices, and introducing renewable energy sources on the farms. Adaptation involves use of drought-resistant plant varieties, introducing new water management methods, including irrigation, buffer zones, and pond development, as well as support to farmers by subsidies and insurance programs. The experiences of communities most exposed to climate change indicates that some of them are already facing these threats now. Support and increased efforts towards alleviating the results of climate change and adaptation to climate change must be continued, while communities will play a major role together with the involvement of stakeholders and coordinated actions. It's also important to plan, support, and implement activities in various areas, including continuation of collecting and disseminating data on climate change, its potential impacts on individual communities. And in order for us to obtain more urgent and deeper knowledge on the issue, collecting data from open resources and possible solutions and impact on local communities. Active information of communities on the resources available, including financial, technical, and informational resources, and collecting data, including specific information involving gender-focused content on the risks of climate change and possible solution. Continuation of collecting information on actual experiences of local communities affected by climate change in order to understand their problems, expectations, and capacities better, as well as, develop their adaptation capacities. Supporting cooperation between local business communities and the academia in order to ensure hearing voices from the communities and development of efficient solutions for adaptation and alleviation of results of climate change. Monitoring activities undertaken on the community level, but also state and regional level in order to meet the objectives of Paris Compact, developing adaptation models and supporting initiatives supporting adaptation on a local level. Encouraging regional leaders to reinforce their readiness to climate change, increasing resilience and ensuring sustainable growth. Supporting policies, supporting groups and communities vulnerable to climate change by organizing meetings with politicians, developing informational materials and statements. The full text of our study can be found on the Coalition Clean Baltic website. You can get there with this QR code. Thank you for your attention.
Bardzo dziękuję. No, widzę sukces w języku polskim.
Thank you so much for delivering this lecture in Polish. Thanks again.
Działa, tak? Dobra, no. A teraz chciałam...
And now we have another speaker who's connected online. Doctor or professor Jerzy Kupiec from the University of Natural Sciences in Poznań with a controversial question. Maybe he will explain to us whether we need regulations in terms of the location of animal farms and the concentration of animals. We both participated in such an intervention in the north of Poland. It was in Złotów, I think, the north of the Wielkopolska region. And I'm sure that you have your conclusions from that intervention. I give you the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone. I hope you can see my presentation. I hope you can see and hear me well. Yes, we can see you, we can hear you. Great. So thank you very much. I'm very sorry. So I represent the University of Natural Sciences in Poznań, the Faculty of Ecology and Environmental Protection. I am involved in research on the pressure of farming on the environment. I concentrate on the quality of water, surface waters, precipitation waters, and groundwaters as well. Unfortunately, I need to bring some bad news to this discussion, although we've heard some bad news already, but I don't want agriculture to be treated as a uniform sector in a negative way, because modern farming doesn't necessarily have to act against the environment or nature. On the contrary, today I wanted to talk about a topic related with industrial farming, in particular animal husbandry, industrial production. This is just a section of a broader problem. Here, to start with, I would like to ask the following question. Do we need regulations regarding the location of animal farms and especially the concentration of animals in one place? And in order to answer this question, we need to analyze the structural changes in farms in Poland, the changes in the holdings themselves, what is the pressure, and what is the quality of the environment. First, I would like to show you a long-term perspective of the structural changes in Polish agriculture. I am showing now the graph, which presents the number of holdings since the post-Second World War period until 2020. As you can see, the number of holding has dropped considerably. After the Second World War, we had around 3.3 million holdings. In the 60s, we even had slightly more, 300,000 more. And since then, we've been seeing a drop in the number of holdings. As you can see, since we joined the EU in 2004, we've lost many small-sized and medium-sized holdings. Now, if we take a look at the structure of the area of the holdings, we can clearly see that we have more and more large holdings, and the number of the smaller holdings is dropping. Obviously, in Poland, we have quite a large diversity of the type of holdings. That is due to our history and the borders that were changing quite rapidly. So let's look at the area of holdings in the regions. There are several disparities. You can see the Małopolskie region, where the average surface area of a holding is around 4 hectares. We have the Podkarpackie region, where this area is only slightly higher, Świętokrzyskie, which is also small, and larger holdings in the Zachodniopomorskie region, with an average area of more than 32 hectares. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the changes in the holdings, because when we joined the EU, we adopted certain regulations, certain obligations to protect the environment in our agricultural production. In my monography that I published at the university, I analyzed more than 1,300 individual holdings. I am now talking about family businesses in Poland, which are not part of the corporate system. I analyzed those holdings in terms of the pressure on the environment, but also the changes taking place in the holdings. I used an assessment system called the Rapid Identification System, including 2 modules. One of them is the production module, including various practices used in the production itself, while the second module is the environmental module, which includes, for example, changes in terms of environmental infrastructure, such as the fertilization, the silage, etc. And a positive surprise here. Why? Because if we look at the productive elements, the seeds, the structure of the ground, arable land, the fertilization, the animals, then in every 4-year period that was analyzed since we entered the EU, we see that the situation has been improving. The same is true for the environmental issues. We can see very positive changes as well. And this is a synthetic indicator showing that a lot has changed in these holdings. They are very willing to implement pro-environmental practices, which means that this area of our economy is becoming more environmentally friendly, to exert less pressure on the environment. But the best test is the state of the environment itself. And here we can see some disparities, because if we look at the water quality, please take a look at this table. You can see the share of water in the so-called good or very good state. So we have river, surface waters, lake waters, transitional and coastal waters. And you can see we hardly have any waters in good or very good condition. In 2018, we had 99.4% of river surface waters that were in bad condition. In terms of lake water, 77% of lake waters did not meet any standards. And we do not have any clean waters in the category of transitional and coastal waters. The research covering longer periods of time, 2016-2021 in this case, have shown that we only have 0.4% of water in good and very good condition, which is an extremely low percentage, and we should try to find out what the reasons are. Now, if we look at the eutrophication phenomenon, there's research conducted in 2020-2021 by the General Inspector of Environmental Protection, and the research has shown that we have a high percentage of eutrophied waters. 96% of eutrophic waters in the rivers. In the lakes, 75% are eutrophic waters. In reservoirs, that is artificial reservoirs, nearly 70% are eutrophic waters, and all the transitional and coastal waters are eutrophic waters, which means that they are too rich in biogenic substances. What is more, there is an increase in this category of waters in the years 2020-2023. We have seen an increase by over 9% in eutrophic waters if we compare it to the previous period, 2016-2019, that was analyzed. There is no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, that one of the main problems in the intensive animal production, I would like to explain one thing here, because we tend to be extreme in our opinions. If someone is against animal production, it should be completely eradicated. There should be no animal production at all. No, this is a vicious circle. Not all animal production is evil. I do not believe in the theory that animal production should be completely eliminated from our agriculture. On the contrary, it's necessary. It's a great completion of the plant production, and it should be present in the farms. I do not have to quote the examples of what advantages we have from animal production, apart from natural fertilizers that are much better for the environment because there are organic substances included, microorganisms brought into the soil. Animal production also helps us keep the open spaces in natural parks, etc. It helps us maintain the biodiversity. It is used for agritourism or tourism in rural areas in general. So it's an important share of agricultural production, but obviously it should be carried out in a reasonable way. Here is an example of the scale of animal production in Poland. You can see the biomass of livestock when compared to wild animals. And you can see that if you look at the birds, 99% of biomass of all birds corresponds to livestock, and only 1% are 1% are wild birds. Now let's look at mammals. Here it's no better, because 50% of the mammal biomass corresponds to biomass bred in holdings. 35%, well, we are mammals as well, so I also added humans here. 35% of the mammals is the biomass corresponding to human beings, and 15% are wild mammals. Now, a great indicator of the pressure of agriculture on environment is the balance of biogenic ingredients. Here we have nitrogen balance, or the results, the nitrogen balance. The nitrogen balance throughout the years from 1990 until 2000, we can see that the balance in different countries, and all the EU countries are listed here, OECD countries as well, and around 15 other countries that do not belong to the OECD. And we can see that the balance that refer to the excess of the ingredients not used in agricultural production, so this excess that may be dispersed into the environment, are in some cases very high. The only positive aspect here is the decrease of the balance in the last 40 years in those countries where the balance is quite high, for example, the Netherlands or Denmark. However, if we take a look at the pink line here, which refers to the reference area, so in which the balances should be located. We are trying to connect economy with ecology here, or economics with ecology. So you can see that many countries exceed those borders that are economically justified. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if we look at the nitrogen balance, this is not the only problem or the only source of nitrogen in the environment. We need to add the nitrogen that comes, for example, from deposits of previously emitted ammonia. And that increases the total pool of nitrogen stored in the environment. So if we take the nitrogen from the balance plus the ammonia emissions, which can be deposited in the ground, then sometimes we have 350 kilos per hectare in total. These are very high amounts. How much can the ecosystems bear? A holding is not an isolated being. It interacts with the ecosystems that are located nearby, around the fields, around the holdings. So this tolerance of various ecosystems is presented in this table. You can see various ecosystems, forests, meadows. We have watercourses, we have heathlands, and the tolerance to nitrogen being brought into the ecosystem. As you can see, this is quite narrow. They range from 5 to 35 kilograms per hectare per year, which shows that the ecosystems are very sensitive to nitrogen incoming from other systems. So they are used to a system where there isn't too much nitrogen around, so they can tolerate some nitrogen, but not the very high balances of nitrogen, and negative changes will happen in the ecosystems. Obviously, these are not changes that will happen within a year or 2 or 3 years' time. These are long-term changes, and that is why we are not noticing them. When we start noticing them, it's usually too late to counteract those changes. So now my next slide shows the emissions of pollutants into the Baltic Sea, biogenic substances. There are many experts in this topic and they could contribute to our discussion. But please note that we have phosphorus, general phosphorus, nitrogen, organic nitrogen, ammonium nitrogen, and we see that since the 1990s, we first saw an increase in the emissions of all those compounds that are listed here into the Baltic Sea, and then we had a decrease. However, this decrease of biogenic loads into the Baltic Sea through surface waters, by that I mean rivers, is it due to the fact that we have introduced the correct mitigation programs or practices that tend to limit the loads of biogenic substances, or is that due to other problems, namely the lower water runoff from Poland into the Baltic Sea, which we've been observing since the 1950s. I will show you in a while what the quality of waters in rural areas is around industrial farms, but here I have serious doubts as to whether we can talk about any positive activities or whether this is due to climate change, to environmental problems, to the lower water runoff. The total precipitations are less important here. It's quite stable, as you can see, with a slight decreasing trend. But this is of lesser importance unless we have extreme situations. So talking about precipitations, I have done some research on some industrial farms. We analyzed the water quality, including downfall water, but unfortunately, the quality of the water is disastrous. In certain cases, what is pouring down is worse than the sewage. And in several cases, we saw precipitation waters of different colors. They tended to be reddish, yellowish, pink, After some time, they changed into green due to algae presence. But the precipitation waters were also very fertile. So if we talk about precipitation waters as soft water, like the rainwater, makes no sense. Of course, I will not be talking about the detailed results, but I have two indicators here, nitrate nitrogen and ammonium nitrogen. And please note to what extent this indicator exceeded the background values for clean areas. 133 times. So that's so meant the concentration was 133 times higher than in clean precipitations in clean areas. And for ammonium nitrogen, there were concentrations which were 14 times higher than the background values. And these precipitations also lead to the pollution of surface waters. Here we have an example of a pond where we can see reddish foam following precipitations. And here I hope you saw the video where there was a part of a river where the water was bloody red. Now, what is the quality of surface waters around industrial animal production? In this table, you can see, I'm sorry, it's not this one here. You can see some results from Pogona River. Several points are mentioned here. And in the surroundings, you will find many farms, poultry farms, mink farms. So you can see the nitrogen levels reaching nearly 59 milligrams per liter. Is that a high or low amount? Please take a look at this table below, which shows us the level of eutrophication of waters depending on the concentration of phosphorus. The hyper-eutrophic waters have a concentration of over 0.2 milligram. It starts from 0.2 milligrams, and here we have a concentration of nearly 60 milligrams, 300 times higher than the values mentioned here as the lowest threshold for the hyper-eutrophic waters. So for these waters, there should be an additional scale, actually. Now, please take a look at the nitrates, a compound that is very important from the point of view of the implementation of the nitrate directive to reduce the pressure of agriculture on nitrate emissions. And these nitrates, in some points, reached concentrations of 177 milligrams per liter. The nitrate directive mentions pollution as water exceeding 50 milligrams, and we have 3.5 times more in every liter. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are not record values in terms of the concentrations of different parameters. In the table below, you will see examples of how many times the standards were exceeded for category 2, that is good condition, not category 1. Category 2, the water is in good condition for selected parameters. Conductivity, for example, sometimes it was exceeded by 5 times. Phosphates, 455 times. It was exceeded by 455 times in watercourses located around intensive animal farms. General phosphorus, 150 times exceeding the standards for category 2. Ammonium nitrogen, 175 times. Organic nitrogen and total nitrogen, nearly 100 times above the standards for the waters in good condition. So, ladies and gentlemen, what can we do then? What can we do about this problem? Because, in fact, in Poland, the problem of the location of the farms and the concentration of production is not regulated by legal acts. So the concentration is unlimited. Once an investor gets approval for 1 or 2 chicken houses, they can build more, and the only limitation being the area that is available, the space that is available. But you could place a farm near a natural reserve or any other legally protected environment. And it's not problematic for the authorities issuing their opinions to approve such investments. Me, with a student of mine, last year we decided to create a map where we would show the buffer zones around sensitive areas, such as natural protection areas, surface waters. So we introduced a 500-meter buffer around such sensitive elements. In addition, we introduced a buffer for residential areas, because let us remember that apart from nature, what is important is the life quality of the residents, people living around the farms. That is why a certain distance is required. And here is the map that we created. The pink areas that you see here are the areas where no intensive farms should be located, animal farms, while the yellow parts are the ones where such intensive production may take place, but it still does not mean that it can be animal production of very high intensity and very high concentration of animals in one place. Apart from such legal conditions, it is also important to shape a certain system which will indicate what size of production may be carried out in the given environmental conditions, spatial conditions, what can be located in a given place, taking into account the ecosystems in the surroundings of such a farm, taking into account their sensitivity to certain pressure factors. We would need to select one pressure factor which would be representative, because unfortunately farms may emit up to hundreds of different substances into the environment. So we would need to choose one factor based on which we would measure the pressure and based on which the level of production would be defined. It is a system which, in fact, will make it easier to locate animal production in a given area, and it will prevent certain social conflicts, because unless we have a solution that would help us locate the production and define the size of production, then unfortunately there are many social conflicts, and such a system, I believe, would solve the problem.
But the most important issue, ladies and gentlemen, is the separation of family production or production by individual farmers from industrial farming practices. We need to realize as researchers, as activists and farmers, that we have varied pressure groups out there. In Poland, these farms diversify more and more, and that's great. We've got organic farms, we've got extensive farms, integrated farms, conventional farms that not necessarily has a negative impact on the environment. Unfortunately, we also have industrial farms aimed at intensifying production more and more and obtaining maximized profits at a cost of smaller landholders. And we must be very open in saying that a small farmer is not able to compete with a giant, a corporation that has powers abroad just as well and is not dependent on the local markets. If we are to go through what this farm functions like, we will see that most of the products that get to the farm, starting with the breeding products or seeds, feeds, and technologies, come from abroad, and our farmers don't profit on that because these huge corporations don't even want to talk to these smallholders like this. They just want to get in touch with other corporations, and one comes to the other. So we must separate individual farming, family farming, from industrial farming. Otherwise, we will not succeed with the numbers of family farms going down, where we need to continue protecting them. I cannot really understand this attitude where the ministers say, well, we're like garden-based, we're unable to compete with huge land holdings in Ukraine or American enterprises because it's too small a scale and we need changes in that regard. But actually, this should be our strength, this very thing. We should focus on what we bring into the EU. That must be high quality, and we must not fall to external pressures, importing goods from the US, from Canada, from South America, from Ukraine. That's a bit of a different issue, but still, we must put in efforts capitalizing on the fact that we have so many small and medium-sized farms. That must be our strength rather than weakness. And of course, there's still a lot to be done, but also not necessarily enough time. If we don't react now, there will be nothing left to rescue. We will just have several larger players left who will react just like in the case of the food market, where we have 10 huge corporations dictating terms to everyone else. So we must never allow for monopolization of the market, and that's the direction it's taking, actually. And the last thing here, let me show you what this sample matrix looks like. My matrix linked to the animal population. So we're talking about poultry, numbers of poultry depending on various ecosystems. And how we should get away from these ecosystems with animal production, with the basic parameter here being the environmental load by those ecosystems. And please note, as production intensifies, we must get these sites further away from the following ecosystems. And just like I said already, there is just one criterion here, that is ecosystem tolerance to nitrogen, but we actually must bear in mind other aspects just as well. For instance, distance from human habitations, participation of an ecosystem in the sharing space with this plant farm and its pressure, and so on and so forth. So that's a matter that is even more complex than this maximum ecosystem load. So summing up, do we need new regulations in terms of spacing? We've been hearing a lot about the so-called ODO regulations in the context of residential areas, and that's a very important aspect indeed. But these regulations should also take into consideration other environmental factors as the condition of the environment, and that's just a fragment of research, but the environmental condition around these factory farms is disastrous, and we're not able to recover these highly polluted reservoirs in just a year or two. The environment has huge inertia, so if we start acting now, the first results will come in 30, 40 or 50 years, while water is essential for farming, not just availability of water, but also the quality of water. So it's not fair for a single farmer to grab this right and use water resources at such a high scope so that not enough is left to the smaller farmers. And this is why it's so important to intensify inspections of these huge entities. Let's be frank, there is virtually no effective inspection system happening in Poland. And the next thing is the system that would facilitate locating these investments rationally as contrasted to the so-called absorption capacity of the environment, because the environment is capable to absorb a certain degree of pollution, but it will not move on smoothly if this pressure is so immense, as is the case now. And that would be it from me. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much, Professor. This was a very interesting point of view indeed. Nobody's considering environmental absorption capacity. So that's a very important contribution. Thank you so much. The clock is ticking, so we're not going to take any questions now. If they emerge, we will stay in touch. Thanks again. And now, if I may invite Professor Zbigniew Karaczun. Did you leave your presentation back there? No? Not only was he late, but also he failed to submit his presentation. Oh well. Let's be frank, we are delayed a lot. And I'm going to ask the professor kindly to stick to his 20-minute limit. I ask everyone, but nobody does. That's an interesting natural phenomenon. Now wait, let me give the introduction. So yes, please stick to the 20 minutes. And after you're done, we'll take a quick tea or coffee, but we're not going to wait. We'll come back to the room and start the debate so as not to delay it anymore, but rather to continue efficiently. Thanks so much, Maria. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Not to delay anymore, a few words about the links between farming, agriculture and CAP and climate and the Baltic Sea. Let's start with a few observations. Some of us either don't care about agriculture at all, which is also quite a clear indication, because today we're having this session in Warsaw and we're discussing agriculture in Warsaw, but yesterday I got back from Topagar in Poznań. That's also a huge city. And we also discussed agriculture there. And it's good I'm going to Grzybowo tonight, because finally that's a rural area and a farm. So I'm going to speak from this actual place where agriculture happens. But then coming back to my thought, we are either disinterested in farming, or we have this idealistic 19th century romanticized vision, as if it was a 19th century romantic British painting with fantastic green, luscious village with people having all the food in the world and the work not being painful at all. And not requiring any effort whatsoever. It may be because we're living in times of extreme abundance of food. We have forgotten what hunger is. We have forgotten how much effort it costs to produce food. And to my mind, the fact that as Polish people each year we waste 5 million tons of food is lack of respect to the farmer's work, but also lack of respect to nature, because costs of food waste include extreme efforts on the part of the farmers, but also an enormous environmental footprint. And that's just an introduction, because it seems to me we have kind of forgotten that the basic function of agriculture is to produce food and build food security. We're imposing, and we've been doing so for many years now, new obligations on the farmers, because we don't expect them to only produce food, but rather, as a part of food security, we've also started involving environmental and climate security, which is important, but still a new thing we're confronting farmers with, and ourselves just as well. We require, or we expect them to protect waters, to protect biodiversity, to protect the soils, but at the same time to think as business people, as planners, as marketing specialists. So we're putting more and more burdens on the farmers, not preparing them at all, not developing tools that would help the farmers face those obligations on one hand. And on the other one, myself, I've been lecturing at an agricultural university for 40 years now, but this is not the skills we teach to the future farmers. We teach them about soils, we teach them about fertilization, we teach them about many technical aspects, but we never tell them what political, economic, and financial challenges they're going to be facing. And also, what you've got here on this slide. Just a teeny tiny fraction of profits from food production, and a very weak standing in the production chain. This is American data. I'm quoting it just to show you, but it's the only published data, by the way. In the US, they do this research every year. What's the farmer's share per dollar of food sold? And this research is done in much detail for various industries, by the way. But if you take a look, as for today, that factor is below 15%. Newer research says it's 12% actually. Just to show you how it is transformed over the years, 100 years ago, on the eve of the Second World War, the share of American farmers in production or in profits from food production amounted to over 50%. And of course it fluctuates. That's also a difference depending on whether they sell raw products, unprocessed products, or whether they sell themselves, or whether they sell to intermediaries, wholesalers, chains, etc. But it shows a trend. And you have so many sectors out there whose share in the profit is so much higher than is true for the farmers. And I'm telling you that because it seems to me, and I'm saying this to myself too, I started considering it quite recently. We keep telling farmers, you must do this, you must do that, you should do this, you should do that. But what we should be saying is we must do it together. And doing it together requires a reflection on how to transform agriculture in order to reinforce the farmer's position in this production value chain so that they will be stronger. I don't know how to achieve that. Myself, I started reflecting on it quite recently, and it seems to me that one of the messages we should be repeating in Poland, and this is what Professor Ciechomski used to say, one who developed agricultural banks, cooperative banks after 1989, he would tell the farmers all the time, work together, build communities, be together. Because I'm not so sure if Marta Jarosz is still with us, but I didn't realize as an urban guy, a boy from the city, that a big issue by farmers is lack of representation. Farmers don't have time to go to a city and fight for their rights because their job is 24/7. They cannot leave the animals and go away. They need to milk the cows in the morning and feed them and then take care of them all day. Farmers just don't have that time. So one of the things that happened at the start of this year, we all criticize it. I criticize that too. I'm annoyed with the farmers opposing the Green Deal, but this shows us, and let's finally understand that this shows how desperate they are to have left their farms and gone off to protest. To my mind, we should notice, and I think we're going to tackle this during the debate too, because we have shared interests. So we want a clean environment, but so do the farmers, because they know that without high quality environment, they are not going to ensure continuous production. Now, a few words about why agriculture is so important in the context of water. We had this great lecture on impact of agriculture on the Baltic Sea. And in Poland, that's a very important topic indeed, because Poland is the source of around 44% of nitrogen compounds. 24% of nitrogen compounds and 44% of phosphorus compounds that flow off into the Baltic Sea, with farming being responsible for some half of that, so that's 12 and 22% respectively, out of all Baltic region countries. That's a huge share. And the emissions, greenhouse gas emissions on a global scale, 12 to 14%. In Poland, some 9% contribution of anthropogenic GHG emissions. So the issue worth noticing is that a lot of that is processual emissions. We can limit greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture to an extent, but this requires very deep changes to farming technology. Agriculture will have to do this. And again, my experience from Poznań and Top Agrar fair, where I told the farmers that this is the challenges they're facing now. In the conference hall, the reactions varied, but in the evening, when we sat down together with some wine and started chatting, it turned out they are aware that is the case. It's just that it seems to me we've left them on their own. Told them, do it. You must do it.
But please bear in mind that if they do it, the cost in the end will be ours. And unless we cooperate with the farmers, this is very likely, because one of the challenges for the farmers is ESG reporting. So the social and environmental responsibility of the companies, which in area number 3 will require the reporting on the environmental impact also in the suppliers. I talked to the intermediaries who said, well, one of the financial institutions said, beware, because we will come to you and we will ask you to reduce your greenhouse gas emissions. No, we need to reflect jointly on how to do it and how the cost of that should be divided evenly among consumers, producers, and the suppliers, because this cost should not only be borne by the farmers. This is something that shows that we need to do something with the fertilizers. And again, 22 and 12%, or 12% of nitrogen and 22 of phosphorus. If we truly impose and truly introduce, truly cooperate with the farmers to create the buffer zones, the chemical barriers along the water courses and the coasts, in that way we can really limit those values. We could also talk about limiting fertilizers, the use of fertilizers, but that should not be done in such a way as to impose a 50% or 20% use of fertilization for a farmer who uses 30, 50 or 80 kilos of nitrogen per hectare when they grow maize. And the same would apply to someone who uses 150, 180 or 200 kilos. So we should have a differentiated approach, have certain thresholds that would be applied. But let us be aware of the fact that unless we take action in order to limit the flow of organic substances into the water, we will not protect the Baltic Sea. The Baltic Sea will die out. And as you can see, it's already partially dead. The black zones are the dead zones without oxygen. Why do I think that we need to change the model of our agriculture? Jurek Kupiec just mentioned the same topic, showing that the model of being only focused on business, on revenue at any price, the suffering of the animals, very high antibiotic doses, 174 grams per kilo of meat, 70, that is the EU average, and in Poland it's much higher. So that is the price we're paying. But this is the data, FAO data from last year, on the hidden costs of agriculture. And the data showed that $12 billion are lost because of applying the wrong model of agriculture, the one that we are applying now. 9 million euros are the losses related to the wrong diet, wrong nutrition, and low food quality. 3 million are losses related to the degradation of the environment. When I showed it in a meeting, someone asked me or said one thing, that there are so many zeros there that whether it's 3 trillion or 3 zeros more, 6 zeros more or less, it doesn't change much. But these extra zeros correspond to a 15-year budget of Poland. That is the scale that we're talking about. The Dutch did research ordered by the National Bank of the Netherlands. And you can see 1/3 of the costs are generated by farming, 12%, as I said, of the profit from agricultural production. But farming, agriculture could operate differently if it did not focus on intensification and if the margin was not very narrow, the margin that is decisive for their survival on the market or not. Whether they will not be one of those farms that disappeared from the Polish market because they could not bear it anymore. So this is a good model. The Dutch are drawing conclusions from that. Because this model shows that every dollar of income in food production produces $1.5 of social, health, environmental damage. I have 5 more minutes, right? Okay, so it seems to me, well, during that conference, I also said that one of the hazards that I see in Poland when talking about farmers and this approach, because they are successful in a way from their own perspective through the protest that they organized in the beginning of the year. Because for them, these difficult and controversial standards have been withdrawn by the European Commission, or they have been made less severe. But our mistake was to think that the Green Deal was over and that we didn't have to apply it anymore jointly. And I believe that this direction of the EU, this approach towards agriculture, will possibly change, but it will not be completely different. And hence the result of the strategic dialogue, which was presented in September, I believe, a German professor. Well, he's a professor in history, not really agriculture and agronomics, who was responsible for leading that group. The group of President von der Leyen. Well, I liked one thing there, that no one liked the assumptions, the strategic assumptions. The farmers don't like it, they complain against it, although their associations were also involved, but they say, no, we didn't suggest that, we did not suggest this. And my colleagues from the Ecological Association say the same, they complain, I don't like it. So this is a good basis, in my opinion, to start reflecting on how to build the future of agriculture and common agricultural policy. I will not be presenting the details here, you can find it on the websites, but in general, it shows that those groups, those were farmers, experts in the environment and consumer as well, a very important group talking about agriculture. And everyone says we need to change the agricultural model. On the one hand, by building the strength of European agriculture, its competitiveness on the international market, but also in such a way as not to destroy the environmental basis of that sector. I believe that it's worth being aware of that. This is just the beginning of the work that we need to do jointly. We have this document, which will probably, because it has been adopted by the Commission, will be the basis for the further negotiations of the reform of the Common Agricultural Policy. But I do believe that this year will be very important. We will be working on various instruments which may replace the European Green Deal. It may replace the Fork to Farm strategy. farm to fork, strategy. But even if the name is different, the objectives will probably remain the same. So I would like you to pay attention to this social fund for the transition of agriculture. That's where money for the farmers will be available, and would be good for the farmers to take the money instead of the intermediaries, the business sector, because there is such a risk. The third step should be consultations. They were missing in the European Green Deal. That was partly due to the pandemic, because the Green Deal was introduced during the pandemic, and that's when it was negotiated, but broad negotiations were not possible. They were actually missing, although some people are signaling to me that I'm wrong. Am I wrong? Okay. But I do believe that it's a very important element. Let us talk about the results of what we've adopted. Let us show honestly the weak and the strong sides of these solutions, because it seems to me that often we do what happened with the fallowing of arable land. While in 75% of farms in Poland, it was not even applicable. And maybe it could have been implemented in a different way, because we all know that we have a large group of farms that do receive direct payments only because they plow once a year. So they maintain them in good agricultural practice, good ecological practice. There is a lot of uncertainty as to the future of the Common Agricultural Policy. How many horizontal requirements will there be? How much freedom will the European Commission give to the member states in terms of decision making? And I would just like to add one thing here. On the 12th of December this year, as the Polish Ecological Club, the Mazowsze branch, we are starting the so-called round table negotiations to work on the social pact for Polish farming. We have invited many stakeholders. I've managed to talk to Minister Siekierski, who will be involved in this initiative. We've also asked Minister Hajnekowski to participate. We've invited intermediaries, farmers, consumers, experts in environmental topics. So I hope this will be a forum where we will start talking about a multi-dimensional structure. And I hope that if we achieve some results, this might be a good step for NGOs, green NGOs, to cooperate with the farmers, to continue the transformation that Jurek was talking about, to show how the impact of agriculture has evolved in the last few decades. Thank you.
To ja dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are late, to be frank, so I suggest that we grab something to drink and to eat, and let's be back in 5 minutes' time, and we'll start our discussion.
Proszę Państwa, a teraz ja wiem, najbardziej Dobrze, jest. Najbardziej emocjonujące.
Now, the most emotional part of our meeting today, that is the debate. It was my idea. I've been thinking about it a lot. And the reason was that, to be frank, although I work with farmers, I've been working with farmers for 30 years in terms of organic farming and other agricultural programs. These protests were not easily understood by me. I did not understand why. So once all these emotions are over, I thought that maybe we would be able to talk, to explain what the problem was and whether we are able to solve the problem. That is yet another question. I don't know if we'll find an answer today, but let's start talking. Professor Karachun will continue that in the future. Oh, okay, yes, we've known each other for 30 years. So Zbyszek will continue this discussion in the following dialogues. I believe this is simply necessary. And I would like to add just one thing. For a year, we've been involved in a European project, Wildlife Estates. What does it mean? This is certification to estates, to holdings that are biodiversity friendly. The project started in Spain, in Belgium, in France. And my dream was, when I joined the project, was for me to be able to award this certificate in Poland. We're working on the materials, on the criteria. Next year, probably, I will be looking for holdings. And I must say that it's important for me. I want these holdings to be here and to be awarded this certificate. Anyway, I would now like to give the floor to Ewa Podolska, editor Ewa Podolska, whom I've also known for years. And she will start the debate. Just a general comment. Hello, everyone, first of all. So a general comment first. We had 1 hour and 40 minutes for the debate, but because we are delayed, we have 1 hour and 20 minutes, in fact. So please be short. I already announced that I would be stopping you and trying to impose some discipline. Ms. Staniszewska said, let's talk, let's talk. And I said, well, there have been, I say there have been talks, but they're over. What do I mean? The media. Knowing that I would be chairing this panel, or moderating this panel, I said, in Talk FM, our radio, nobody talks about any farmers anymore. Maybe because the media are interested in other issues, sex, money, death. Death may replace conflict, and that was a spectacular conflict when a lot of being said about it. I looked into the archives of our radio station at the end of February and in March. Every day we had a broadcast about farmers, experts. Every single day there were farmers and experts invited. I'm not talking about the news. I'm talking about people coming and discussing the issue. Something was being explained. And do you know when the last such talk took place on our radio? Because I checked that. So every day at the end of February, then every 3 days, then it became more rare. And the last such discussion was organized on the 5th of June. Protests of farmers in Brussels fewer participants than expected. That was the last one that I found from the 5th of June. And that clearly shows that this used to be an important topic because the protests are much weaker now. I also printed out the map of the protests, a large one taking place on the 3rd of December and some others in December as well. But this is not as important, as spectacular, as interesting for the media anymore. The citizens are interested when something is happening, when they cannot buy something or the prices have gone up. Professor Karachun said that now we've forgotten about hunger and we have too much food available on the market. So I'm really happy that we are talking today. The conference is very important for me as well. I may organize at least 5 broadcasts on that topic on our radio. So let's talk. Crisis, crisis, crisis. This is a word that we hear very often. We have the energy crisis, the economic crisis, the climate crisis, hitting everyone, including the farmers. A clear example being, or clear evidence of that being, the protests of farmers. This is one of the most serious crises in agriculture for many years, but not only the farmers are protesting. I remember 2 images. One of them, young people are protesting change to the ground, and they say that change must take place, otherwise they see no future for themselves. Young people destroy famous works of art by covering them with paint and saying, no, we cannot continue as usual. We are scared of the direction that it's moving towards. And then I'm watching TV, opposition TV, let's say, in spring. And of course, there were selected farmers, but I could see farmers saying that, oh, well, I was managing this holding. I've been doing it for generations, and my father did exactly the same. Everything was fine. So please do not tell me what to do. I know best how to operate. No stupid changes, please, because it will only make it worse. So is there an agreement how to make them agree? Of course, these are extreme examples, these 2 groups. Is it possible for them to cooperate? This has already been mentioned here in the previous presentation. What conditions must be met? What the farmers need to have to be willing to cooperate? Because this cooperation between the farmers, the experts that want change, is possible. It's not only possible, it's necessary in order to solve the problems that the farmers face, but also, on the other hand, to stop the climate crisis. And that is what we are planning to talk about today. Let me now introduce our guests. I will start from the experts. Marek Krysztoforski for the Agriculture Counseling Center, Professor Zbigniew Karachun, Climate Coalition. We have a representative of the consumers, all of us, Piotr Miklaszewski, Foundation Parents for the Climate, a new person who is not a speaker today, and the most important people without whom this debate would make no sense, the farmers. Next to me, Leszek Duszak, leader of AgroLiga for 2023. Hello. Hello. Damian Murawiec, representing a bottom-up national protest of farmers, and Mateusz Ciasnocha, who's a farmer dealing with carbon farming in the Żuławy region. So that was a short introduction. And now, well, I mentioned especially Mateusz in a very shortened way, but you are involved in so many activities that I would prefer you to introduce yourself. So please tell us a bit more about yourselves, what your holdings look like, what you are involved in. Let's start from Mateusz Ciasnota.
Thanks so much for organizing this important meeting and letting me participate. And very briefly, let me mention 3 things and respond to the invitation, introduce myself a bit. Also tell you what I'm involved in and finish with an invitation. This will probably resound many times during the panel. I'm a farmer myself. I'm involved in a family business that together manages 700 hectares in Żuławy Wyślane, with multiple transformations, actually, like the ones discussed by Zbyszek, that are also a history of our farm. The most important one was possible thanks to common agricultural policy of the EU, when we transformed from producing foods in opposition to the environment to producing food in a way that was not at stakes with the environment and also helped the environment regenerate. We have 700 hectares. We produce top quality hay that we provide to Polish and international markets. There's also an environmental factor to that. We're a net sequester of CO2 at the farm level, which opens the way that started in 2015 in terms of considering how our actions link with the climate. Later on, it is now in, but used to be niche, the carbon loans, and the road I stepped on with my farming team, that is the simple question of what role we could play on this carbon loan market. But then we realized this was a question asked way ahead of time, because there are many other questions we need to consider before we tackle the carbon loans, which is important and makes sense if it's positioned adequately. So in order not to delay, we came to this conclusion that every global farmer is a carbon farmer, whether they know it or not, because their farm is a part of the ecosystem with its carbon cycle built in inherently. And the farmer depends on that cycle just as other cycles and impacts this cycle. If the farmer knows this, then the question is, what kind of a farmer are they, and whether they act positively or regeneratively, using this popular term. This is the work we do as European carbon farmers. We've worked with that experiences of ours and turned them into a company, and we also work very strongly following these three conventions. The Rio Climate Convention, I just came back from COP in Baku, but also the desertification. In a few days I'm going to Saudi Arabia for 16th COP on desertification. So that's by way of introduction and also sharing our perspectives, because every global farmer is a carbon farmer indeed. And in every case, the question is not whether agriculture can work with the environment and impact biodiversity positively. The obvious question is, yes, it can. The only question is how to achieve that on the level of individual farms. That is working with farms throughout various structures of theirs and realities. These farmers operate in also economic realities. So the leading topic of our efforts, in particular on high political levels, is a simple invitation. So let me invite you all. Please visit farms. I know many of you are farmers or live on farms or are soon coming to Grzybowo. But not everybody has visited farms recently, and that's the basis for us to have these discussions and processes on building food and agricultural system that give more power to the farmers. We also discussed that. And it all starts from there. Another observation, if I may. I'm very open and I'm very happy when I see an opportunity for transformation or speeding up in terms of debates and actions, not just debates for their sake. When it comes to building bridges between politics and climate policies. But I'm also a supporter of this group in the corner here that reacted when we had this discussion on CAP after 2020 could not have happened because of COVID, well, my experience is that there was no better moment to discuss that very topic. In parallel, we had the UN Summit for Food Systems. I was very strongly involved in that, and that was no surprise to you. And on the level of our country, it wasn't used for the transformation or acceleration, unfortunately, for the agri-food system. It's a pity, but there are many opportunities like this, so let's use them effectively so that it's one and done. But now let me remind you, you need to come to a farm. Thanks so much. Now, 5 minutes, yes, it might have been a bit longer. Now, Damian Morawiecki. I'm a farmer, also from Żuławy Wiślane, near Elbląg. I have a farm of 330 hectares, and I'm mainly active in plant production, wheat, rapeseed, and corn. And just like Madam Moderator said, I'm from the Polish White Protest of Farmers, and it's because of me, among other people, that Poland saw this wave of farmers' protests. What was the underlying situation these protests emerged from? Well, our European system, our European agriculture was put in a very unfair and uncomfortable situation of clashing against Ukrainian food products, where the border was set wide open and this food was allowed to come into our market. Polish market in particular, because most of these products stayed in Poland, actually 4 million tons of grains of various types from Ukraine coming in over just the first few months. And we were really angry that there was no supervision, not quantitative and not qualitative either. Once we started organizing protests, it turned out that border guards working on the eastern border wrote a letter stating they have no technical or human resources to inspect those foods. Our country was flooded with that food on a large scale, and some companies, Polish companies, used that to profit excessively by selling substandard foods on our market. And this tanked profitability for our farms, because we cannot compete with a system where you're allowed to use other pesticides that have long been banned in Poland. And even looking at the type of tractors or combines we work with, for many years, the manufacturers had to adapt to ever-changing emissions standards, while in the East there are no standards at all. So looking at the cost aspect, it's so much easier to produce in Ukraine or Russia. Or even if we were to take the present situation into account, with the Mercosur agreement coming into force, our requirements that we are forced to follow are not the same. And our main objective was to achieve fairness of treatment. But it turned out that while adapting to this direction set forth by the European Commission or the European Parliament, and by following all these practices, we were becoming less and less competitive. Well, a single decision opened the border and clashed us against this huge wave that we are unable to compete with on cost terms. So we continue to be very angry at the rest of the society and at the consumers, because as we can see in the stores, only price matters to them, with consumers choosing which products to buy. And the objectives set forth by the EU for us to achieve 25% of organic farms is not realistic at all for now. There are some 5% organic farms right now already, and it's already problematic for them to find buyers for their goods. There are no markets out there, or not enough consumers who would be interested in buying environmentally friendly food. So it's absurd, actually. We follow various practices, and then we are clashed against these situations which give us no protection whatsoever to European or Polish agriculture. We're set out to compete in the open, and on the 3rd of December, well, you mentioned the protest scheduled on the 3rd of December in Elbląg. I'm organizing the protest in Elbląg myself, but these themes are always there. They've just been modernized a bit. But of course, we want dialogue and full understanding for these rural area programs throughout all the farms here, so that we can have a complete understanding of the situation as a society, because we feel that we are being restricted so much and forced to follow all regulations and protect the environment, while everyone else can take a different way. And it's not the agriculture that is the main emitter of greenhouse gases or other adverse factors. I will complete that later, if I may. Yes, because we are going to discuss that later on. Now, Leszek Duszak, and of course, you don't need to use up the full 5 minutes. Hello again. Duszak Family Farm, this is what our company is called. And it's a milk-centered farm. We produce 7.2 million liters of milk a year. Top quality, somatic cells up to 150, bacteria topping out at 10,000. Milk is collected every day for special products, Almette. And yes, I sell my milk to the Hochland plant, and everybody has tasted Almette, right? I have a son and another son, and they have their wives. So overall, we have 600 hectares, and we're making do somehow. It's okay. But just like the professor said here 10 minutes ago, introduction of Green Deal is necessary. But on what terms and at what time? Well, let's not be too fast with that. Let's do it step by step. But overall, it's inevitable. We know what's happening with the climate change. We know what's happening with the floods, with droughts. So there are these impacts out there, but it cannot be so that agriculture is the main beneficiary of climate getting warmer. But let's move on slowly but steadily and come to an agreement, both with the EU and beyond, because as you understand, we are but a small spot as compared to the whole globe, as Europe. And we're fighting the good fight steadfastly, but the rest of the world, I'm talking about North America, South America, China, India, Asia as a whole, don't care at all. So as Europe, we're left to fight alone, to fight the climate change alone, I mean. Thank you. And when talking about protests, you know what? Let's come back to that later, if we may. And the last of you, gentlemen, you represent Parents for Climate, right? What is your foundation and what are its objectives? Please provide the shortest option. So let me just talk about the parents. Okay, Parents for the Climate does not only focus on social activity, We're also very much into lobbying or legislation. You may have heard about us last year when we asked the Ministry of Climate if schools could have a plant-based day once a week. The Ministry of Climate responded that no, because that would be interfering with the parents' freedom. But let's have one day with wild animals meat instead. Yes, we initiated that kind of. And thanks to our efforts, now the Polish Parliament has a parliamentary group, Parents for the Climate, where we discuss various matters related to environmental protection. We had the topic of greenwashing, disinformation in the media, environmental and climate education for adults and kids, food, healthy food at schools for the children. So everyone's invited to participate, to join in. We have representatives from multiple ministries visiting us already. And we're being treated more and more seriously by various institutions. That's it about Parents for the Climate. And let me just also say that it's regular parents doing it. We're not members of parliament or members of public authorities. We have woodworkers or lower local government officials or all kinds of professions are represented. And what are your objectives? Short term, long term? Well, that's the problem, because our objectives range from the energy sector to agriculture and nutrition. And for food, one of our key programs now, working with multiple NGOs, is to change the system of sourcing food for children at schools, because it's unhealthy. And Polish children get excessive weight fastest in Europe. 30% of 7-year-olds are overweight already. There are more upsides to this. The vegetables, fruit and milk provided at schools pushes milk products onto children in spite of research that indicates the quality of that milk is going down. Or there is also research undermining the health aspects of milk, in particular, given how many children are lactose intolerant, or children whose parents have taken ethical choices or environmental choices to follow vegetarian or vegan diets. But until now, schools have no milk replacements in the form of oat or almond beverages for children who don't want or cannot consume milk, in the face of the research being published these days. At the same time, children at schools are malnourished because they eat low-grade food, processed meats in forms of sausages or hams, that, according to WHO, are listed as carcinogens on par with asbestos or cigarette smoke. But when we send children off to school, we want to believe everybody takes good care of them. And short-term goals? What are you working on now? In terms of nutrition? Well, you won't achieve our objectives in a month or two or even a year. And our objectives don't depend on a single ministry decision. So I'm sorry, I cannot answer that, I'm afraid. It's a multifaceted program, but there is this plant-based school campaign. What would that be? More availability of healthy, well-balanced meals, including plant-based meals, and giving children choice. Many children follow diets that limit their meat consumption, and then they starve at schools because the schools only either offer meat products or some carbohydrate-based meals. Okay, so the way we are here, I think we'll all like to eat that kind of food, healthy and safe, and not contributing to civilization diseases. But what does modern agriculture look like to produce those foods? And by the way, as an aside, The Public Affairs Institute has recently run its research in 2023, Green Transformation, Where Are We At and What's Next? They asked farmers if they grow separate crops for their own families, like without mineral and chemical fertilizers, GMO, etc., etc. And over 60% of the farmers said yes, they grow separate, higher grade food for their own family needs. On one hand, it's good that they realize what practices are more beneficial, but on the other hand, separating the production may be worrying. And I also wanted to ask you, quite rhetorically, if you see any links between agriculture and the climate crisis. Environmental changes, looking at the cleanliness of this environment, biodiversity, water level, fertility of soils, etc. But each of you sees these links, if I'm correct. But then if I were to ask what kind of link is there, the answer is not that obvious. Because in the same study that I mentioned already, the response, or maybe I'm not going to reveal the response after all, on whether that link is positive, negative, or neutral. Let me ask you, what link or what's the impact of agriculture onto the natural environment and climate change? Is it positive? Let's stay at that. Is it positive, negative, or neutral? A question to each of you, gentlemen.
Wiadomo, że
Well, it's obvious that large poultry farms, cattle farms do emit a lot of CO2. But it's not at the level that we are told it is. 60% of the blame is put on the agriculture. Let us not believe that. That's why we've achieved, respected the welfare criteria. We've been covering the emissions. We have 12 hours to have the eco design. No, we do it within 1 hour or 2 hours to have as little nitrogen emitted as possible, because every kilogram of nitrogen is a waste of money. So you see that the negative impact, but mainly from large industrial farming. But the impact is not that serious, right? Yes. Mr. Damian Morawiec. Well, let me put it shortly. I believe it's positive. How about you, Mateusz Czesnowa? Well, I know farming that is positive, neutral, and negative to the environment. But on the average, globally, agriculture has a negative impact on the climate. The research that I've mentioned, or the poll that I mentioned, said that most farmers said that there was a positive impact both on the environment and on the climate change. May I add something? Yes, just one sentence, please. I just wanted to say that in one research, only 14% of farmers see climate change, notice climate change. But I think we're talking about the same research by the Institute of Public Affairs. I think the question was asked wrongly. The farmers are very upset about the changes, the heat waves, the droughts, but they do not associate them with climate change. But the question might have been, are you directly to blame? But no, this is a different approach. Well, I have a printout here. The Institute of Public Affairs asked, what impact, if any, in your opinion, does agriculture have on A, the environment, B, climate change, 3, the cleanliness of the air? That was a question. But there was another question. What are you most afraid of when related to your agriculture activity? And the climate crisis came last, just 14%. So that's how the questions were asked in that poll that I mentioned. Let me just add something. 60% of farmers milk one cow for their own use. No, it's not true. I visit many farms, larger and smaller, and definitely this is impossible. Maybe there are some farmers who milk 2, 3 cows. I haven't seen any recently. There are few left. But it's not true that farmers have separate milk, separate cows that they milk for their own purposes, for the use by their family. It's the same about meat and plants. I've never seen such holdings, me or my friends, other farmers. And I know the situation quite well. I know thousands of farmers after these protests. So it doesn't really happen that we leave part of the field and we produce in a different way, or we have one pig that we treat differently. No, when we produce food, we try to do it in order not to poison either the society, the citizens, either our families, ourselves. Well, that was a representative study from 2023 that I referred to by the Institute of Public Affairs. You can find it online. I can send you a link, and then we could see whether it's representative. But let me give you an example, a fresh example from the Parliament. Yesterday there was a vote on a draft bill on the Chain Act. 500,000 signatures were collected. If a volunteer came up to me and said, am I against pseudo breeders? Am I against using chains when we keep a dog? Well, I would definitely sign up, but no one read the 40 plus pages of the draft bill, and 500,000 people signed it, while many elements brought in by the lobbies are there. They are negative, they are harmful to the farmers and to all dog owners or animal owners in general, pet animal, and also bred animals. So the question may have been asked in a similar way, may have been manipulated. Yes, let's close this topic. I have another question to you. You've already mentioned that. If you were to list the most important challenge or hazard for agriculture, what would it be? The first one, number one. You have 2 minutes each. Well, I think if Ukraine loses the war against Russia, that's a huge danger. And the excessive consolidation of holdings, large companies, poultry farms, hundreds of thousands of birds or several million birds. This is very simple due to food safety and food security, because it's easy to use several missiles and to destroy these large farms as they are doing it in Ukraine, because I have workers from Ukraine and that's how it works there. But the smaller and medium-sized holdings should be supported by the government. They need to be able to exist and operate for our own safety. Mr. Damian Murawiec, you've mentioned many elements already, the protests included. Well, the fact that family holdings, looking at the Polish example, if they are confronted with agri-holdings, they will not be able to be competitive. And that is the greatest risk, because we're unable to compete against them. We have completely different production costs. The food is produced in much more sustainable way, and we just lose this battle. The biggest challenge for farmers in Poland, Argentina, Nigeria, Brazil, Ukraine, everywhere, is the deteriorating soil health. If we don't reverse the trend of this soil that does not live, it's not really soil. If we do not reach the point where we have healthy soil and where this health is improving, then we've already lost, regardless of the side of the border and where we stand in this war. Damian Murawiec, who represents the national protests of farmers, said for what reason and why he participated in the strikes. He's even one of the organizers. So it's not even a question to you, but to the remaining gentlemen. Did you participate in the protests? If not, then which of the demands are important in your opinion? And are there any demands that you do not share that were included in those strikes? Mr. Leszek-Duszak, please. That's the first one. Our company participated in all the protests. Those were not aggressive protests. Those were peaceful protests in cooperation with the authorities, with the police, with the organizers. It was not just about grain from Ukraine, it was about the Green Deal. So we managed to obtain this following and setting aside. It used to be 4%. 4% was unacceptable for the farmers, 1% neither. So it remained voluntary. And I'm very happy that it's voluntary, but for how long? Looking at today's prices of land, and the larger holdings are investing, buying more and more land. So if we have larger areas, these are huge areas for following. On the 26th, 2 days ago, I was in a meeting with the deputy minister, and the Polish government with France are trying to block the free market with Mercosur. I don't know if they will achieve it. Damian Murawiec, what is your opinion with regard to the demands? Did you participate? Sorry, of course you did, because you were the organizers, Mr. Mateusz Ciasnocha. No, we did not participate. I did not participate. The reason being very simple. I was busy working. I was in the USA when I was becoming acquainted with the American farming system. With regard to the demands and the strikes, we understand the strikes. We do not understand the demands. Thank you. Thank you very much. And finally, our experts. Each of you has 5 minutes to comment. Unless you finish earlier, make it very short, and then you will not use up the 5 minutes. And I have another question to Marek Krzysztoforski. What is your opinion? I know that it was partly expressed today. What instruments of the Common Agricultural Policy do you believe to be successful, and which of them are not successful? Who will speak first? Professor Karachun? Well, which are successful, which are not? The eco schemes, despite the difficulties in the beginning, now we have a lot of interest, and this is money that reaches those who should receive the money. The mistakes are attempts and giving flat rates to some holdings just because they exist. We have animal welfare, where we have more and more activities in order to increase or improve the animal welfare, so to make the animals healthier and to produce healthier food. But unfortunately, the money did not reach where those holdings that they should reach, the larger ones. And one of the assumptions of animal welfare is providing more space, more by 20 or 50% for each animal. But no large holding will be able to afford that. A smaller holding, instead of 5 animals, will have 4, and they will receive money. So offering flat rates for not being to apply the eco schemes, you will just receive the money for doing nothing. So one farmer has to do the plowing quickly, and there are certain conditions to be met for the nitrogen not to escape. So they try to do it as quickly as possible. And another one will just get money for just because they exist. A zootechnician discussed it with me. He said it was not animal welfare, but voters' welfare. So the voters will get something in order to vote in favor of a given political party. So there is no cohesion, no consistency in the activities. We should tell the smaller holdings what to expect in the future. There is not enough land where they produce. Some have these false leases. They are family holdings, classical ones, that produce, and they also need support. And also they have very large holdings. And as we've heard here perfectly from large holdings, that they are also in favor of avoiding these corporate solutions for the large holdings. If there are 500,000 hectare holdings in the Ukraine, we don't want that. We've done it with Smithfield. We managed to block them. Otherwise, entire districts in Poland would have been under their control. So this is a debate where we tell individual groups of farmers, they are not all the same. There are groups of farmers, how to act. And my greatest complaint against farmers is the inability to be part of pressure groups, of associations, of lobbies. If someone is a good organizer, they start quarreling. And unfortunately, we have no representation of the farmers that could discuss any topic with any large partner at the same table. Any comments to what has been said here? May I? Yes, I wanted to ask Marek Krzysztoforski to what the gentlemen have said. Well, I have to say that these protests that are here, of course, I support my colleague here that I do not understand certain demands. If a farmer is protesting, it's not because they want to go, they want to leave. They have a certain problem. So any such protest has to be analyzed in detail because it means that they have some problems. But there need to be explanations what we're planning to do, whether it was justified or not. We have an overproduction of grain in Poland, and it will be the case for several years in the future. So we have to do something. A grain port is necessary, a huge port which will enable us to send this excess of grain abroad. We need a lobby in the sale companies that will help us sell and export the excessive grains. Cereal, the largest organization of French farmers, imposed taxes 2 francs per ton. That's how they express it. 2 francs per ton of grain sold in France. And that's a fund that they have created. They have a unit protecting the interests of those farmers in France. And no act of law, no regulation will be able to enter into force. The Minister of Agriculture first goes to France Cereal, and only then do they decide how to proceed. I have a question. You said I do not understand certain demands of the farmers. Which one is the one that you least understand? Well, which one do you understand the least? Well, the demand for the government to start taking and buying the grains from the farmers. It's impossible. We have a free market in place. We can support the farmers in times of crisis, and that's what happened. We had subsidies to silos, to purchases, and there was a purchasing scheme for a certain period of time. But we have a free market, and the farmers need to adapt to the free market. In Grujec, there's the example of apple producers. They have their own logistical centers. They have their chilling units. And when there was a ban on imports into Russia, 700,000 tons of apples were involved, and they found new markets in Asia, in the Arab states. And the year when the ban was imposed on imports into Russia was one of the better years for the apple producers. They sold more than before, but because they were well prepared. May I reply, what you said was not the main demand during those protests. Obviously, it was not. Well, yes, we did complain that the government brought all these goods from Ukraine, which were spread around the country, and we were unable to export our produce. That's what happened. A temporary excess was created. Of course, humanitarian aid military aid to Ukraine. That's what we fully understand. But we had to bear the consequences of these products reaching Poland. Our markets were completely blocked because of the ports in Gdańsk being overwhelmed. I live near Gdańsk and I know what was happening. The companies, the exporters did not accept our wheat because they had to accept the wheat coming in wagons and carriages from the border. They had to take it because it needed to be exported first. So we needed support from the government to help us sell what we've produced. Professor Karachon, please. Would you comment on that, please? In terms of hazards, I see several, but I'll mention two. One of them is climate change, in my opinion, because unless we stop climate change, there will be no farming, simply. That's what's happened. It's been happening in Poland since 2006. We've had droughts in the summer. The research by the ministries show that farmers have been losing 20% of their produce due to drought. And that shows, and this is a reason that is not openly discussed, and that's one of the reasons for the strikes. But the largest beneficiary of climate change is Russian agriculture, which has now become the largest producer of wheat. 90 million tons of wheat is their production on roughly 45 million hectares. So increasing it by 1 quintal per hectare will mean that everyone will be excluded from this market. That's what we should bear in mind. That is a challenge for politicians, for farmers, for all of us, how to prepare Polish farming to be competitive against the quantitative production from Russia and from Ukraine. And this is hardly being discussed while it's a long-term challenge. And the second hazard that I see in Poland is our structure of breeding. And I believe that we are placing in one category these companies and these so-called farmers that only have large industrial breeding farms that only breed animals, pigs coming from Holland or poultry from Denmark, which they only maintain for several weeks or months, and then they take them back to those countries as live animals or as carcasses. This is not farming, in my opinion, but that is killing Polish farming. Today, we've been talking about the fact, well, Dr. Kupiec said that agriculture should be a mixed system. It's very important to have animals in agricultural production. No one keeps 1, 2, 3, 10, or even 30 cows because it's not profitable. You need to have 100 plus cows for it to be profitable. So let us notice that. Let's be aware of that fact, because we've been talking about the impact of agriculture on climate. I would say it's complex. We're talking about the impact of agriculture, that is this impact, that impact, etc. But I'm sorry, but let me put it this way. Let's look at our choices. What are the factors that make us buy what we buy in shops? We, as a healthy food think tank, it's Food for the Future. Sorry, the speaker corrects himself. I don't remember what think tank I'm a member of. I'm sorry. We did research on 5,000 polls, and the first thing that matters is the price, while the environment, the climate, and such factors are at the end of the list. So I think, it seems to me, that we shouldn't be saying that the farmers and agriculture are to blame. It's our fault because we are buying it, and the farmers, the industry, are preparing what we want to buy. So, okay, that's it from me. Thank you.
Let's not say it's because of us, the consumer. It's because of the system that supports several selected producers with huge public funds and health costs and economic costs. You're presenting it as if just you were losing out, but 55% of people in Poland don't have enough money to buy basic foods. So we cannot be annoyed at people that they're buying what is the cheapest, or that people want to eat cheap meat and ham and sausages. They may prepare to buy hummus and mushroom and cauliflowers, but cauliflower is actually more expensive than chicken breast. It's not on the consumers that the consumer promotes drinking cow milk, even though the cow needs to eat 20 kilos of cereal a day and drink water. If we could have plant-based milk substitutes, but who wastes 5 million tons of food? It's not the farmers. It's not the producers, it's us, the consumers. And that's according to food banks. Those who apparently cannot afford to buy food waste the most food. And I agree there are systemic issues out there. All this advertising, buy two, get third one free or for a reduced price, these motivate people to waste more. But I really believe we must be bold enough to take a shared responsibility and to say this system will never change if, as consumers, we stand on one side, the environmentalists stand on the other side, and the farmers on the third side, and we will be blaming one another or shooting at one another from our separate trenches. We can only change the system together. Let's define the issues. And if we define them well enough, together, we will be able to act together. And I'm sorry, let me just add one sentence. I don't have any doubts. Together with Damian, we will stay at odds, just like we quarreled recently. And okay, we should quarrel and have these heated discussions. But let's have them while trying to understand the other side, rather than stand on two sides of the fence and call each other names. Because then these holdings will buy us out, or the politicians will cheat us out, because they benefit from us being at odds. That's a very interesting topic. But also our purchasing habits, food waste, etc. I would love to participate in a separate conference on just that. And from time to time, I feel like we're not doing enough. But I also wanted to get back to the two of you here. If you could please just comment for 1 minute. But the question I wanted to ask is as follows. Very specifically, what has changed on your farms over the past few years? I'm talking about eco schemes, who benefited, who implemented them, what problems have arisen, what conclusions can you draw after this time? Starting with Leszek Duszek. A lot has changed. Animal welfare, first and foremost of all. But together with welfare, separating calves after 7 days, increasing area available to animals. And it's not just the small farms. The large ones are doing it just as well. They're increasing their facilities, building new structures to get an additional 200 or 300 zlotys per animal. And with larger populations, that's quite some money. What else? Well, eco scheme on mixing natural fertilizer or greening up the non-arable areas and getting additional money. Well, subsidies formally have not gone up because of eco schemes, except for welfare matters. But your attitude, Professor, is very liberal. By the way, thank you for that. Damian Murawiec, 3 minutes. Yes, I also wanted to comment on what the professor said, because I believe the fundamental issue was raised here. That is, through various attacks on agriculture, the only thing that succeeds is family farms getting out of business. Recently, we've had meetings with pro-animal organizations that continue to campaign against animal production. But This unfortunately affects family farms the most. Holdings get even bigger, even stronger, while we shut down our production because of these negative campaigns. Why can't we see you showcasing family farms and their good production practices? That was my main objection here. And why don't you protest against the Mercosur agreement with 20,000 kilometers being the distance to transport the food and the carbon footprint involved? Why don't we produce in the region or even locally? My colleagues, farmers, started organic production of vegetables but cannot find buyers. They go to farmers' markets, and the problem is we produce it, but we have nowhere to sell it to. And they have eco schemes. They have not changed anything to me because I've been doing it. I'm just now being rewarded. But be it interim crops, be it simplified schemes, we've been doing a lot of that even before, but now we get subsidized. In our case, it's similar. We benefit from the agricultural policy and direct payments a lot, but we have not gotten even 1 zloty from eco schemes because even until the the update of the current CAP, we've transformed ourselves, coming to permanent green areas that are separated out, so we're unable to get subsidies from the schemes. If we had access to that money, we would definitely have reached out. And we don't have animals and we don't fertilize our land. No, for Maria Staniszewska. I wanted to present to you, all of you gentlemen, a Danish example that was shared with me recently by my colleague from Coalition Clean Baltic. This relates to a dialogue or a conversation across different groups. Just imagine that Danish governmental policies are pretty restrictive in terms of limiting CO2 emissions. These conversations have continued for years, involving trade unions. We don't have farmers' trade unions. And that's also problematic. The government, local communities from rural areas, and the topics they all discussed together included taxation, CO2 taxes in particular, but also biodiversity that is getting ready to implement nature restoration and the nature restoration law itself, but also potable water and contamination with nitrates, deforestation, and the fact that they wanted the cost, because for now a cost of 1 ton of CO2 is 300 Danish crowns, and until 2030 they want to push it down by 60%, that is down to 120 Danish crowns. And through this program, and this mainly involves coastal areas, because we're talking about water, aren't we? So this agreement covers 250 hectares of forests. 250,000 hectares of forests, sorry. 140,000 hectares of these coastal areas, farming areas that is. And the attention, a lot of attention is paid to forests. That is, first, stop cutting down the trees. Second, let's plant new forests. but also to the nature and rehabilitation by individual species, but also organic farming practices and sustainable energy sources. And farmers have agreed, I mean farmers who have their fields there, they agreed, and we know Danish farming, it's extremely intensive farming, and they've agreed to withdraw from that intensity by a little bit, even if by limiting the animal population and limiting fertilization seriously. So these are very serious changes, actually. But it's not for free. And the government, that is the funds, are mixed. That is, it's both private companies and the Danish government contributing to that. And the farmers are compensated. They are compensated for the changes, this potential reduction in revenue. They are compensated for that. And they have earmarked, I have not put this down, but it's in the region of more than 10 million Danish crowns for these very farmers. But what matters here is that all these participants to this project have come to an agreement. They've talked about that for years on end. The process was initiated by the Danish government, but the participants of this project have continued discussing this for years. And after a few years of discussions, proposals, they've come to a shared agreement. And my question is as follows. Would we be able to do a thing like this? Is it anywhere within our mentality, our capacities, to come to an agreement together? Even if it were to take a few years, all right. But are we even ready to do that? This is my question. Damian. My answer would be a different one. What's the Polish contribution towards global CO2 emissions? Not much. The problem is, if we take a look at the EU level, we've limited our CO2 emissions by some 30% since the year 2000. So overall, as the EU, we've saved some 1 billion tons of CO2 emissions. But over that time, China has increased its emissions by 8 or 9 billion. We cannot limit ourselves to Poland only. The dialogue and the decisions should be taken on a global level, because otherwise what's going to change? As Poland, we emit 300 million tons overall. What's that? Yeah. Yes, 300 million tons. So if we are to compare it with other countries such as China or India, okay, but we share the atmosphere, the environment. So this should be a global agreement. And there's a lot of room for improvement here, because even if we take steps as Poland or as the EU, but we've been taking these steps for quite long already, and if you put the numbers together, this shows us it makes no sense, or it doesn't make much sense, at least because our economy will have become non-competitive, and so will the economies. It should be a global compact. I agree with that approach. Just please note, it's not just about CO2. It's also about rebuilding biodiversity, refertilizing the soils, and limiting that intensity of production, of management. It's a different attitude to rural management. And this is important, and I fully agree that states should talk together. But let's treat that as a separate local agreement. Local in terms of, well, it's not that all Denmark signed it. It was just these farmers, these inhabitants, local authorities from these specific areas of Denmark. And I believe that these are these baby steps that also give us better living conditions for these inhabitants. So the question is, from Maria, the question is, are we ready for that? Would anybody want to comment? If I may. It's tough to say everything I wanted to say in a minute, so let me put it this way. We do have these international agreements. We have the Paris Compact, we have Sustainable Development Goals 2015, just like the Paris Compact. That's what we have already. And we have transplanted these ambitions onto the EU level. The Green Deal that got misunderstood or not understood at all. And I'm happy that Maria is mentioning what happened in Denmark. I was lucky enough to work with people who negotiated that as a part of COP29. The parliament there took a decision that this needs to go through back when we were at the conference. And it's not local at all, it's a huge Danish success. And what comes to mind automatically is a very long list of other examples from all over the world, 4 out of 1,000 Paris Compact examples, and so many more examples of how to do it right. This was, by the way, a draft made by Polish specialist Minister Ardanowski. We left it. I think that Ardanowski worked on it, on that level. But also what New Zealand is doing comes to my mind. The current government is less ambitious than the previous one, but still quite ambitious. And the ambition is for every farm to know its emissions levels until 2030. And it developed a company, the company is developing a tool to give farmers the data. The interesting thing is Polish farmers will also be able to learn that because there are these tools out there which are available free of charge to farmers. These tools are out there. Another example from Australia comes to mind. They've combined reporting under the Climate Convention with a voluntary system for farmers. Carbon sequestration, they can report to UNFCCC. And 2 more examples, if I may be specific. California has a emissions trading system similar to the one we've got in the EU, our ETS, and some money that is generated by the system gets back into farming through special programs, but by their government and their Secretary of Agriculture. And the last example, I mentioned the UK, I mentioned New Zealand, but what they've got is committees for climate change, where in case of New Zealand in particular, farming is a major contributor to these very bodies. And of course, they've made their mistakes. Well, they have. We can learn on those mistakes, but to finish it off, as European Combo farmers were writing about that, in 2021, we've developed our proposal and an appeal to appoint a working group for climate neutral agriculture and nature positive agriculture. The examples are out there. I'm happy we're getting back there. But international agreements and hundreds of examples on various levels, local, regional, EU, regional, are out there. It's enough to reach out and try to see if we want to introduce something on my farm that is already out there, or do I apply a tool that is out there, or do I do something new, or do I talk to someone who I have not talked to before? Probably yes. And there's so much more to be done, much more than the time available.
Teraz pytanie do Państwa.
Thank you. I now have a question to you, or I would like to encourage you to ask questions, but someone will have to bring the microphone so that it's heard online as well. Short questions, please, instead of your own individual comments, and short answers as well. Mr. Karachun talked about this trio, ecologists, farmers, and consumers. I think one actor is missing here. These are the local governments. I do agree that we need systemic solutions. We cannot just blame each other and say who is more responsible. But we have heard about examples of dialogue and systemic change. However, in my opinion, these are most successful at the local level, around the local authorities, and we have many such examples. So I would like to ask a similar question to the one that Maria asked. One of the replies to the creation of markets for organic farmers is a joint project together, a transformative project for a small region steered by the local authorities to help traditional farmers become more ecological, introduce their products into schools, work with school headmasters, with dietitians, etc. So my question is similar, and I would like to ask, what's your approach if in your municipality, your district, your local authority created such a project that we are helping farmers become more environmentally friendly? We work with dietitians, with children, to adapt the menu to their needs, to reduce waste. A systemic local project. Would you become involved? I have the mic, so I will say yes, definitely. Yeah, the gentleman is doing something like that. Yes, definitely. The problem is that this is not happening. But locally, it has a limited impact. It could be a spark. But I think we should have discussions at the national level. I think this should be the level of the marshal's offices. The local governments do not have such tasks. Yes, cooperation with schools, with youth, with nursery schools, children, yes. But to put it short, we do not have the money. I know because I work for the local government in my district. We do not have the funds. So yes, at the level of the marshal's offices. Another question? Ursula Burkot, Polish Ecological Club. I have a conclusion to share. We've had many approaches to agriculture, consumption, production, and various areas, and we still miss in Poland the right education at any level. I'm talking about the education of children, adults, parents, employees of the authorities, anyone who wants to be educated and who wants to cooperate. Because I have the impression that even if there are protests, that some of you protest, some do not agree. So there is a lack of communication, discussion, dialogue, and searching for joint solutions instead of putting the problems in this dramatic perspective. Maria presented the Danish idea, and I would say this is a very conscious society in terms of ecology and what is our consciousness, our awareness here in Poland. And still, they've moved the large-scale industrial production to Poland, right? So they're improving it for themselves. They want to support their farmers, and they are pushing out the large-scale industrial production to Poland, which destroys the environment, the society, and everything. So here, in the future, we should think about the educational process to involve the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Agriculture, who should be representing you, your interests, is missing today. So thank you very much. Piotr Miklaszewski. Yes, just to comment on education. We even have a problem with defining what is healthy. There were surveys in 12 countries, and 61% of consumers said that what is healthy is what is made of fresh ingredients. All fresh ingredients are healthy. But remembering what happened during the presentation about pesticides, we know that you can spray fruit and vegetables and they're not healthy at all. All this conflict about eating or not eating meat. The World Health Organization says 25, 30 kilos per year on the average, and an average Pole eats 80 kilos. The campaigns of fast food, fast meals are based on proteins. Young people want to eat healthily, but they only think about proteins, while dietitians and doctors say that our bodies have too much protein. And that leads to many illnesses. So even health is not clearly defined. That is why labeling is so important. That's something that we should be introducing as quickly as possible before we reach this broad compromise. And let me give you the example of the UK, where labeling of meat, saying that it leads to heart attacks, made 8%. Well, it made the sales drop by 9%. And products were not selected by 7% of consumers, where there was information about deforestation or the pandemic. So nearly 70% of Brits were in favor of labeling because people do not have the time to spend 15 minutes thinking about whether something is healthy or not. What's the carbon footprint? You said that when it's locally produced, it's wonderful because the footprint is not that significant. Well, what is more important is what we eat and not where it comes from. No, I don't agree. Well, we may exert pressure on the farmers for the emissions of CO2. Well, people are flying to Paris to buy a pair of jeans. Well, let's not mix these two discussions. But if we say that eating avocado from Mexico is worse than eating meat from Poland, this is not true. You can eat healthily Polish meat. Yes, I was talking about the same products. Yes. I just don't want it to be so simplistic, saying that when something is local, it is healthier. We should select broader aspects in terms of labeling instead of just one dominating aspect. Just as a reply, drink milk and you will grow strong. Well, that shows that you're clearly not listening to what society, research, and the health have to say. Well, you ask us if you could implement a program like in Denmark and Poland. First, you blame the consumers, then you blame the entire world, including China. But when we want to talk about Polish farmers, there is a lack of motivation and goodwill. I believe that we're now mixing various elements, various aspects. I've been writing about products, plant-based products that would replace milk, and I was really enthusiastic. I thought the carbon footprint would be much lower than in the case of milk, but soya drinks or almond drinks produced in California have a much higher carbon footprint and water footprint than milk. So we shouldn't be so generalistic, saying that this is all wrong, this is all right. Unfortunately, we've forgotten about two things, about the local aspect and the seasonal aspect. We want to have everything all year round without thinking that in the past we would eat what was produced in the vicinity. There was no transport footprint. We eat what was seasonally produced. Pickles, for example. But impossible to change that. These are our consumer habits, and that's how we want to be modern and eat what we like all along. But answering the question that Maria asked, is it possible or not? It's difficult in Poland. The Danes, they have very high quality political culture. So the agricultural example is just one example. They have 10-year energy plans. It's an agreement between the parties and the government, regardless of who is in power. For 10 years, they implement the same program. Look at what's happening in Poland. Whenever a new government comes, they say the previous one was wrong. We're discarding everything and starting from scratch. I'm really scared, and I'm really trying to encourage us to talk to each other while trying to build these bridges. I'm also trying to bridge the gap between us and the politicians, because without our joint pressure, we will not have the positive change in Poland. Politicians in Poland are most afraid of an agreement between the farmers and the ecology movements, because it will turn out that we can use the same voice and there will be no excuses. They will not be able to say that these are the stupid ideas of the farmers or of the ecologists. We will not find an agreement everywhere, obviously. We will not agree in everything. If I were to start explaining what I don't agree with, of course, I could bring up many topics, but I value today's debate as well because we have different positions. We can talk without feeling insulted and look at the world through the eyes of the other person. That is the best conclusion of today's debate. Thank you, Professor, and thank you all for this debate.
Dobrze, to, chwileczkę. Ostatnie dwa zdania.
Just 2 sentences by way of conclusion. So, in the first place, I would like to thank all of you, in particular Damian. Now I've understood more or less what it was about. And this should be a continuation of our dialogue. And this is the added value. We should understand each other. Thank you all for participating in today's meeting. And I would like to thank the interpreters who've been interpreting the entire meeting, because we also have listeners in other countries. This is an international conference. And I would like to thank the technicians as well. Because thanks to you, the entire world could hear what we've been saying. It will also be recorded, so we will have access to the recording, right? Yes, you will all receive a link. So you will be able to go back to this discussion, analyze it. This is not a final discussion, as Leszek said. We will continue. I don't know if we will have the same results as they had in Denmark, but I hope some progress at least will be achieved. As the co-organizer, I would like to thank Maria for organizing this meeting, and I would like to thank my colleagues from the Polish Ecological Club, the Mazowsze branch, because without their work, this meeting would not have been possible. Yes, thank you for reminding me. I would like to thank the Mazowsze branch for participating in the preparations. Lunch is ready. It's a vegetarian lunch. Thank you.